Chapter 1906. In the rankings, apart from the four dark horses, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Sun Ling Chan, and Long Chen, the rest of the rankings were dominated by 13 top geniuses. However, this also showed that the famous people weren't just for show. It really wasn't easy for Ling Xiao and the other dark horses. Kid, the ranking in the treasure hunting battle doesn't mean anything. Maybe your luck is better, but your strength still isn't enough. In the Battle of the Kings, just wait to be crushed. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong had suffered too much at the hands of Ling Xiao and had always wanted revenge. However, in the Battle of the Kings, Ling Xiao had the right to choose his opponent. Even if he wanted to fight, he might not be able to meet him. This made him very angry. As for the others who hated Ling Xiao, they all had the same thoughts. Originally, Tyranny Heavenly Seas had planned to send Ling Xiao to the afterlife in the Battle of the Kings, but now it seemed that this time would have to be pushed back. Sun Ling Chan, you're very good. Mu Wanshuang seemed to have always regarded Sun Ling Chan as her opponent. This time, she was ranked 20th, so she wasn't in a good mood. However, she didn't feel that she was any worse than Sun Ling Chan. She was just unlucky. I've been waiting for you. It's time for us to decide who's the #1 female genius of the Heavenly Seas Empire. Sun Ling Chan laughed. I say, Miss Sun, you're too unambitious. Is Tyranny Heavenly Seas really that hard to beat? Ling Xiao teased. You're wrong. It's not that he's hard to beat. It's you. Sun Ling Chan laughed. With you here, I can only settle for second place. You really dare to praise me. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. I dare to praise you, but you don't dare to admit it? Sun Ling Chan asked. Why wouldn't I dare? Tyranny Heavenly Seas will soon be defeated by me. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. That's more like the Ling Xiao I know. Huh? Sun Ling Chan looked at Ling Xiao. She actually had some different thoughts, causing her cheeks to blush. Soon, all the results were announced. In this treasure-hunting battle, although they had the ability to teleport out of danger at any time, there were still 8 people who died in battle. 78 people, and the remaining 70. And because of their poor results, the last 4 were also eliminated. Therefore, only 66 martial artists were left to participate in the final battle. At this time, all the participating cultivators were divided into small groups. They were either sitting down to rest or discussing something. Ling Xiao's side was the most lively. Even though Mou and Zhu Xiaozong came out very early, they were still lucky enough to get a place in the final battle. One was ranked 66th, and the other was ranked 65th. Many people secretly scolded them for being so lucky. As for the others, they also successfully advanced to the next battle. Looking carefully, the celestial empire that was originally looked down upon by everyone was actually filled with talents. Not only were there 3 martial artists in the top 10, but Blue Snow and Dan Feng were also ranked pretty well. In addition to Sun Ling Chan, who was on good terms with Ling Xiao, this force was really hard to ignore. These people burst into laughter from time to time. It seemed that everyone was so relaxed and didn't feel any pressure at all. It was unknown whether it was ignorance or self-confidence. In the final battle, you will know what cruelty is. Lawless snorted coldly in his heart as he looked at Ling Xiao and the others, who were full of smiles. He was a dignified rebirth realm powerhouse, but he actually suffered in front of these people. This enmity was probably formed. Congratulations to the 66 people who have remained 66 geniuses. You will successfully advance to the next battle, the Battle of the Kings. Lawless's voice sounded again, and it was very loud, as if he wanted to suppress the laughter of Ling Xiao and the others. As his voice rang out, the originally noisy crowd immediately stopped. The entire stage became silent. This was because all the cultivators knew that the Battle of the Kings was the main event of the White Tiger meet. It was also the direct confrontation that would determine the final victor. Whoever had the last laugh would laugh the best. No matter what happened in the first two battles, the final battle would be the focus of attention. Like before, you will have one day and one night to rest. Go back and rest now. Tomorrow morning, this place will be the final battle. I hope you will not be afraid. After Lawless finished his announcement, he turned and left. There were many things that he needed to report to the higher-ups. This time, Ling Xiao arranged for the Liquor Demon Sword and Hong Qi to protect Dan Feng, and the others as they headed to the Cangjing Shrine to rest and cultivate. As for himself, he once again headed to the Myriad Demon Graveyard. He liked that place very much and planned to spend the day and night there. He didn't know if he could raise his cultivation base, but he had to learn to work hard. However, just as he was about to enter the Myriad Demon Graveyard, the Liquor Demon Sword sent a soul message. Something has happened. Come back immediately. If the Liquor Demon Sword was so anxious, it must be something big. Ling Xiao didn't dare delay and hurried back to the Cangjing Shrine. However, he found that the place was already in ruins. Hong Qi was protecting Dan Feng and the others as they fought a bloody battle with a group of black-clothed men. This group of black-clothed men was extremely powerful, and there was nothing special about them. However, the Liquor Demon Sword was nowhere to be found, and so was Cold Plum. I'm here. Go after them. They kidnapped Cold Plum. Hong Qi shouted as he slapped a black-clothed man to death. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw a person carrying the unconscious Cold Plum a dozen miles away and speeding away. Cold Plum's cultivation base had just broken through, but she hadn't gotten used to her new abilities, so she wasn't very strong in actual combat. The martial artist who was holding her hostage was only at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened, so he sped up and chased after them. Along the way, he received the Liquor Demon Sword's soul message. I'm being held back. These guys are from the Black Tortoise Shrine. They work for someone called Aoi Only. I don't know anything else. Aoi Only? They seem to be from the Aoi clan. These guys actually dared to kidnap a martial artist participating in the White Tiger gathering during the White Tiger gathering. Their background was very strong. He didn't believe that Aoi Only was the mastermind. This person should be a genius from the Aoi clan, but his cultivation base was at most at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was on par with Aoi Fan. Even Lawless didn't dare to make a move during the break. So how could a mere Aoi Only dare? There must be something else behind this. Ling Xiao didn't know how many dangers there were ahead, but he couldn't just ignore Cold Plum's situation. Moreover, this matter was very likely targeted at him. If he didn't save her, how could he, Ling Xiao, talk about conquering the world? He would simply become a piece of trash. He chased with all his might and arrived in front of a floating shrine. He watched as that person entered. Just as he was about to barge in, he saw a person appear outside the shrine. You are Ling Xiao. That's right. You are Aoi Only? That's right. Our young master wants you to go in. He has something to say to you. Aoi Only said indifferently, as an enemy, I want to remind you not to be stupid. I don't want you to die in the hands of our young master. I want to personally skin you alive. Chapter 1907. Where's Cold Plum? Ling Xiao asked. He didn't care about Sora, Aoi's threat. He only cared about how Cold Plum was doing right now. You'll know when you see our young master. Sora Aoi turned and walked inside, no longer speaking to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and followed him inside. Stepping into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another dimension. Their auras were both mysterious and holy. This place wasn't simple at all. But Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to care about this. He followed Sora Aoi to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were all sorts of strange flowers and plants. The air was especially fresh and enchanting. 2 large snow lions were lying there, yawning. After Ling Xiao entered, he opened his eyes and glanced at them. Then he closed his eyes again. Leaning against the snow lions was a young man in his early 30s. His aura was similar to Fan Ruahai's, but he was obviously more domineering. His gaze was filled with the aura of a tyrant who wanted to tame the world. In comparison, Fan Ruahai hid his aura better. "Young master, I brought the person." Aoi Yugo respectfully kneeled towards the young man and said, You can stand to the side first. I have a few words to say to this Mr. Ling Xiao." The young man didn't stand up. His eyes were closed the entire time, as if he didn't feel the need to look at the person in front of him. "As you command." Sora Aoi stood to the side and stared at Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao did anything improper, he would act. "Ling Xiao, I didn't call you here for anything else. I just wanted to inform you that your servant girl Cold Plum, I want her." The young man didn't open his eyes, but spoke casually as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. "You want her?" Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Although he could feel a strong aura from this young man, his strength shouldn't be comparable to Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai. What was it that made this young man so arrogant? "That's right, this young master wants it. Also, you should have obtained a divine grade spirit weapon in the Myriad Devil Graveyard, right? Hand it over as well. This will be beneficial to you." The young man continued, "What benefits can I get if I hand over the divine grade spiritual artifact?" Ling Xiao asked, "Benefits? Since when did you have the misconception that you can negotiate with this young master? This young master won't kill you. Letting you obediently hand over the item is already the best thing I can do for you." The young man said indifferently, "Really? What if I refuse?" Ling Xiao knew that there was nothing to talk about with this person. If he wanted to save Cold Plum, he could only subdue this person first. As he spoke, he walked forward. Aoi Yui also walked over vigilantly, attempting to block him from the young man's side. Although he knew the young man's strength, this Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. He absolutely did not dare to underestimate him. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. His eyes were fixed on the young man. The young man's strength was very strong. The 2 snow lions beside him were not weak either. It was impossible to take him down in one strike. It seemed that he had to use the tyrant martial spirit. Even if his secret was exposed, he, Ling Xiao, could not allow anything to happen to Cold Plum. A man who could not even protect his own woman was too useless. Impudent. When Aoi Yui saw that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, he could not help but fly into a rage. He waved his fists and directly smashed them towards Ling Xiao's body. "If you refuse, only death awaits you. Aoi Yui, don't hold back. Kill him." The young man did not seem to be interested in talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. After killing Ling Xiao, as long as he could obtain Ling Xiao's storage ring, he would naturally be able to obtain the divine grade spirit weapon. Yes. Hearing the young man's order, Aoi Yui's killing intent became even stronger. He already had enmity with Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao kill his little sister, he even snatched away his Aoi family's Aoi shrine, causing his father to be humiliated. Using this opportunity, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Boom! The terrifying fists directly smashed onto Ling Xiao's body. However, in the next moment, Aoi Yui's expression changed. "Idiot! You clearly know that I have a divine grade spirit weapon, and you still dare to approach me?" Ling Zhao's body was originally incomparably tough, relying on his mystic world physique. Even if he were to receive Aoi Yui's fist head-on, he would at most be injured. Right now, he was still wearing the divine, grade spirit weapon, colored glass armor. When Aoi Yui's fist landed on his body, it did not have any effect. Kill. Taking advantage of Aoi Yui's shock, Ling Xiao suddenly punched out with his fists. His fist had already accumulated strength. The reason why he ignored Aoi Yui was because he wanted to wait for him to fall into his trap. Crack! The sound of bones shattering could be heard. Ling Xiao directly unleashed 1,500 Imperial Heaven-Earth power. This power was comparable to the full power attack of a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Aoi Yui had just finished his attack and did not have time to form a defense. After being hit by this fist, how could he not die? All the bones in his body shattered as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and slid to the ground, becoming a pile of meat paste. After struggling for a moment, he completely lost all signs of life. Ahoy! The young man also exclaimed. It was obvious that he did not expect this result. It was too fast. A martial artist at the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm was killed in a single blow. Even if it was him, he still felt a little scared. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Actually, this attack had a lot to do with luck. He was more fortunate that he had misjudged Aoi Yui's cultivation level. He previously thought that Aoi Yui was probably at the same cultivation level as Atsai Fan, the 18th level Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, when he attacked, he used a power that could injure an 18th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, when he truly attacked Aoi Yui, he realized that he was only at the peak of the 17th level Yin-Yang realm. He was still far from the 18th level Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, the punch that was supposed to injure him became a killing blow. After killing Aoi Yui, only the young man and the 2 snow lions were left in the hall. One of the snow lions stood up and bared its teeth at Ling Xiao. It looked very ferocious. However, Ling Xiao did not look at it. Instead, he stared at the young man and said, "Let go of Cold Plum, and I can pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, even if I have to destroy this place, I will take her away." Ling Xiao knew that he was not strong enough to fight against the rebirth realm martial artists in the temple. However, he had his own advantage, which was that he was proficient in formations and arrays. The various subhalls of the Black Tortoise Temple were connected by arrays. If he interfered, the Black Tortoise Temple would suffer great losses. Moreover, he would be completely exposed to those opponents. He had the ability to do so. Moreover, he stored a large amount of formation refining stones and materials for setting up arrays and arrays in his storage ring. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Chapter 1908. Hee, you're really confident. Do you know where this place is? Do you really think that you can show off here after killing a trash? The young man smiled disdainfully and said, "Remember, my name is Xianfeng. I'm from the Black Tortoise Continent. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Black Tortoise Temple is just an outpost of the Black Tortoise Continent's Deep Earth sect in the White Tiger Continent. And I'm a disciple of the Deep Earth sect. You can't afford to provoke me. Not to mention that you can't kill me. Even if you really kill me, you'll definitely be hunted down by the Black Tortoise Temple and even the entire Deep Earth sect. Can you survive?" The name is not bad, but the person is too trashy. Ling Xiao certainly knew what kind of enemy he was facing. He didn't expect that behind the Black Tortoise Temple was actually the Deep Earth sect. Although he hadn't seen anyone from the Black Tortoise Continent, the overall strength of the Black Tortoise Continent's martial artists was obviously higher than the White Tiger Continent's martial artists. Most of the White Tiger Continent's top martial artists were just ordinary people when they arrived at the Black Tortoise continent. Of course, there were exceptions, but very few. But so what? For Cold Plum, not to mention the Deep Earth sect, he really dared to become enemies with the entire Black Tortoise continent. Hand over Cold Plum, or I'll make sure you never return to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Zhao's voice became cold. Since he came, he didn't plan to go back empty-handed. I really don't know if you're naive or stupid. You can't even defeat my pet. How can you fight me? What's more, although this temple exists alone, as long as I'm willing, I can immediately ask for help from other temples. All the temples are connected by teleportation arrays. Do you think you can survive? As Xian Feng spoke, he actually picked up a goblet from the table and drank a cup of wine happily, as if he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. However, Xian Feng didn't notice that a black shadow poured some powdery things into the wine. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of death, he wasn't a reckless person. The strength of the Xian Feng in front of him was too strong. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, he might not be able to defeat him. Plus, his main purpose was to save people. There was no need to keep fighting with this guy. That was a complete waste of time. Moreover, just as Xian Feng said, the divine palaces were all connected by teleportation arrays. If the commotion was too big, then it would surely attract a large number of reinforcements. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then it would be fine. However, if it was a rebirth realm cultivator, then Ling Xiao would really die. Therefore, he chose a special method. It was more sinister, but it was very effective. The powdery powder was a type of poison he had obtained from Sunling Chan. It was called Yin-Yang powder. This was a poison that even Yin-Yang realm cultivators could not resist. Once they drank it, even if they did not die, their cultivation would collapse. Ling Xiao did not expect the Yin-Yang powder to completely cripple Xian Feng, but as long as it could weaken Xian Feng, he would have a chance. The effects of the drug were gradually taking effect, so Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to act. Even though he was burning with anxiety at this moment, he also understood that there were some things that couldn't be rushed. If he was too anxious, it would instead spoil things. Snow Lion, kill him! Xian Feng did not notice the existence of the Yin-Yang powder. This was because the poison was colorless and tasteless. Even if one consumed it, they would not feel anything. Only when one was preparing to circulate their internal energy to fight would they notice that they were poisoned. At that time, it would be too late. Xian Feng's 2 snow lions were stronger than Sora Aoi. Although they were also at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm, their bodies were stronger than Sora Aoi's. Their strength was also more terrifying than Sora Aoi's. Therefore, he felt that Sora Aoi might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, but his snow lions could definitely do it. Roar! One of the snow lions roared, then opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even a beast dares to act rashly. Scram! Ling Xiao was instantly enraged. His body instantly transformed into the raging thunder heavenly dragon form. The power of the Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth circulated on his dragon claws as he struck towards the snow lion. Kacha! At the same time, terrifying thunder and lightning resounded. Ling Xiao did not defend at all. He actually used all his strength to attack and exchanged a claw with the snow lion. The snow lion's claw clawed his head, while his dragon claw clawed the snow lion's neck. This was a battle where one's life was on the line. Not to mention Xian Feng's expression. Even the snow lion was astonished. It did not understand why a mere human dared to fight it head-on. Swish! A terrifying sound resounded. Ling Zhao's heavenly dragon claw tore the snow lion's head off. However, the snow lion's attack did not leave any scars on his body. Too powerful. With this colored glazed treasure armor, Even warriors below the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to hurt me, as expected of a divine grade spiritual artifact. Ling Xiao was really glad that he obtained such a treasure from the Thousand Devils graveyard. Otherwise, when facing the terrifying snow lion, even if he did not die, there would be many scars on his head. How unsightly would that be? Bastard! How dare you hurt my snow lion? I'll kill you! Xian Feng was not even that agitated when Atoy Weiwa died. However, when he saw that the snow lion was killed, he was enraged. He immediately stood up and circulated his inner force, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, his face turned pale and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. A horrified expression appeared on his face. Is your body weak and unable to circulate the yin-yang force? Ling Xiao looked at Xian Feng with a smile. He felt that the current him was more like a villain. That evil smile caused Xian Feng to be extremely terrified. What did you do to me? Xian Feng sat back down and asked in shock. Hee, I can tell that you're trash from the Black Tortoise Continent. You must be used to being a tyrant and have never participated in a real life and death battle. You don't even know that I put the yin-yang powder in your wine? Ling Xiao walked towards Xian Feng with a smile. The other snow lion actually turned around and fled. Come back. Xian Feng looked at the escaping snow lion in despair. His face was extremely ugly. Tell me, where is Cold Plum? Why do you want to capture her? If you can't explain it clearly, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said fiercely. He was not interested in killing Xian Feng. His main goal now was to find Cold Plum. As long as he could save Cold Plum, he did not care about anything else. You're delusional. I don't believe that you dare to make a move in this shrine. As long as you dare to make a move, your country, your friends, and you will all die. Xian Feng looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. His face was extremely sinister. Many people have said this to me before. However, they always died earlier than me. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but don't worry. As long as you tell me where Cold Plum is and return her to me, I will spare your life. Chapter 1909. Black Tortoise Temple, one of the Divine Guards. The Divine Guards were in charge of guarding the Black Tortoise Temple. Ordinary Divine Guards had to be at least at Yin-Yang Realm Level 12 and Yin-Yang Realm Level 17. The Divine Guard Captain could be at Yin-Yang Realm Level 18, Half-Step Rebirth Realm, or even Rebirth Realm. They were a terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise Temple that could not be ignored. At that moment, a snow lion suddenly ran out from one of the Divine Guards. The snow lion bared its fangs and claws as it roared anxiously. This attracted the attention of the Divine Guards. This seems to be young Master Xian Feng's snow lion. Among the Divine Guards, there were naturally those who were in charge of guarding the temple where Xian Feng was. Although young Master Xian Feng had suddenly gone crazy and asked them to leave temporarily, saying that he wanted to do something interesting and did not want them to be there. However, the snow lion's abnormal behavior still made them feel that something was amiss. Young Master Xian Feng is in danger. Quick, go to the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple was specially built for Xian Feng. Although Xian Feng was not very powerful in the Black Tortoise mainland, he had a noble status. As his family felt that he was not talented, he was sent to the Black Tortoise Temple as a supervisor. Although his cultivation was not at Rebirth Realm, his status was definitely not low. Even the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple had to be wary of him. If anything happened to Xian Feng, the entire Black Tortoise Temple would be in trouble. In just a short while, a dozen figures followed the snow lion and headed towards the Black Tortoise Temple. These dozen figures were the Divine Guards stationed at the Black Tortoise Temple. Protecting Xian Feng was their duty. If anything happened to Xian Feng, they would definitely die. Hence, they were more nervous than anyone else. Snow Lion, go find Lord Xinyi quick. Perhaps the Divine Guard captain was worried that the dozen of them would not be able to deal with the assassin, so he shouted at the Snow Lion. The Snow Lion was an Yinyang realm level 17 beast. Naturally, it understood humans. Otherwise, it would not have run over to ask for help. When it heard the call, it immediately ran away. Xian Yi was the Divine Guard captain of the Black Tortoise Temple's 13 temples, and his cultivation was at half-step rebirth realm. If he was willing to help, no matter what kind of assassin he was, it would not be able to escape. After the Snow Lion left, the dozen or so figures sped towards the God of Black Wind Palace. At that moment, there were only 2 corpses and Ling Xiao and Xian Feng in the Xian Feng Sacred Palace. One of the 2 corpses was Atsui Yugo. The other corpse belonged to the Snow Lion. Ling Xiao, don't be delusional. The Long Mei that you want is probably already dead. That's because I'm not capturing her for myself. Instead, I captured her for someone else. Even I don't dare to offend that person. Not only is his cultivation base powerful, but his status is also revered. Xian Feng looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said faintly, it seemed that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao's threat at all. Are you stalling for time? Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered for a moment before he punched out. However, the strange thing was that a layer of golden light appeared on Xian Feng's body and blocked his fist, leaving Xian Feng unscathed. Ha ha, don't be surprised. Even you have the colored glaze armor. As a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, how could I not have 1 or 2 protective treasures? Xian Feng laughed disdainfully. You're dead today, and you're going to die with your woman Cold Plum. Do you hear that? There are footsteps coming from afar. Those are the Black Tortoise Temple's divine guards. Ling Xiao frowned and was not affected by Xian Feng's laughter. He continued to punch the golden light and said coldly, any treasure's defense must have a limit if it's not its own use. How many punches do you think I'll need for this defense to collapse? Hearing this, Xian Feng's face instantly turned ugly. Obviously, Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. What's the use of killing me? I've already said that it's not my idea to capture Cold Plum. It's an order from that big shot. Your maidservant is a black feather citizen from the feather world. Don't you know that? Xian Feng said loudly. He was indeed a little afraid, because no one would wish for him to die. Black feather citizen from the feather world. Ling Xiao was shocked. He only knew about Cold Plum's identity not long ago. He did not expect it to be discovered so quickly. However, although he was shocked, he did not stop his movements. Instead, he punched harder and harder. The golden light began to distort and become thinner and thinner. Ling Xiao, don't be stubborn. Is it worth it for a woman? I heard that you won first place in the treasure hunt and will participate in the final battle of the White Tiger meet tomorrow. You have a bright future ahead of you. Do you really want to destroy it with your own hands? Xian Feng almost roared, because he could not move at all. If the golden light was completely shattered, then he would definitely die. A bright future? Sorry, if you want me to use it to exchange with my friend, I don't need it. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out Ice's fury. Then, a layer of bright golden light was attached to Ice's fury. The divine radiance sword shone in the temple and suddenly pierced towards the golden light. Chi, chi, chi. Small cracks began to appear on the golden light. Madman, you're a madman. You really don't want to live. Even if you kill me, you can't save that woman. Xian Feng roared loudly. You don't need to care about that. After killing you, I will personally destroy the Black Tortoise Temple. No matter who that person is, I will make him pay the price. Ling Zhao's voice was incomparably cold, like a devil's roar, making people shudder. Quickly protect young Master Xianfeng. Quick! Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. It seemed that many powerful warriors had arrived. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect these people to come so quickly. Xianfeng's defensive treasure was really strong. He had already used his strongest power other than the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. However, he was still unable to destroy it. It seemed that this treasure was not an ordinary item. It might not even be Xianfeng's, but was given to him by someone else. The warriors of the Black Tortoise Continent were indeed extravagant. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Ling Xiao, you're dead. Xianfeng heard the shouts outside and immediately revealed a surprised expression. The reinforcements had arrived. Although his defensive treasure did not seem to be able to hold on for long, Ling Xiao had completely lost his chance. This time, the winner was him and not Ling Xiao. Do you really think so? No matter how many people come today, I will kill you. As Ling Xiao spoke, his body began to change and entered the heavenly demon incarnation. He planned to start a massacre. Puchi, the terrifying sword, once again pierced towards the golden light. However, at this time, a black shadow pounced over. Its speed was surprisingly fast and blocked in front of Xianfeng. This sword directly pierced through the black shadow. Unfortunately, it did not pierce the golden light. Chapter 1910. Young Master Xianfeng, run! The divine guard who was stabbed to death by Ling Xiao was a level 17 Yinyang Realm Divine Guard. He was best at movement techniques. This time, he only wanted to make a great contribution. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao's sword to be so sharp that it pierced through his body in an instant. He did not have any chance to escape. How could this be? His eyes gradually blurred, and his pupils dilated. The pitiful divine guard fell limply onto Ling Xiao's long sword and lost all signs of life. Stop! More divine guards arrived at Xianfeng's sacred palace. Who are you? How dare you attack young Master Xianfeng? Do you want to die? Their eyes were filled with fear. In Xianfeng's sacred palace, other than a few corpses, there was Xianfeng who was lying motionless and a monster. The monster was covered in black scales. It was 4 to 5 meters tall, and its terrifying body was filled with an evil aura. In particular, its pair of dark golden pupils were eerie and terrifying. It was as though one could shorten one's lifespan by 10 years just by looking at it. The eerie pupils were filled with coldness, ruthlessness, and terrifying murderous intent. Die! Another 2 divine guards charged at Ling Xiao. They watched as Ling Xiao killed their comrade and held young Master Xianfeng hostage. How could they be slow? The 2 divine guards were both level 16 Yinyang realm. They held 2 steel swords and slashed at Ling Xiao's vital points on both sides. The ferocious sword qi created a terrifying gust of wind in the sacred palace. 2 cracks appeared on the ground because of it. However, when the attack landed on Ling Xiao's shoulder, it made a sound of metal clashing. It did not cause any damage. Get lost! A furious roar came from the demon-like monster. The monster brandished a long sword flickering with golden radiance. The 2 divine guards were sliced in half right down the middle. They died in agony in disbelief. How could these divine guards know that Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 14th level of the Yinyang realm when he was in the spatial rift? Now that he had transformed into the heavenly demon avatar, his strength had skyrocketed. Not to mention the 16th level of the Yinyang realm. Even the 17th level of the Yinyang realm was nothing in front of him. What are you waiting for? Quick! Quickly kill him! This devil! Xianfeng shouted. The golden light on his body was about to shatter. so he didn't dare to take any more of Ling Xiao's attacks. He could only shout for help, hoping that others could help him kill Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. He wanted to see Ling Xiao die in front of him. Upon hearing Xian Feng's shout, the remaining divine guards did not dare to be negligent. More than a dozen of them charged forward together. Both of them were no match for Ling Xiao. They did not dare to take the risk of facing this monster one-on-one. If they were not careful, they might end up losing their lives. At the same time, a large number of divine guards and battle beasts swarmed in from all directions. The battle beasts were ferocious beasts cultivated by the Black Tortoise Temple to assist in battles, just like Xianfeng's 2 snow lions. Similar to warriors, there were strong and weak ones. Compared to wild beasts, they naturally knew how to listen to orders. 100? No, 1,000? No, there's more. Ling Xiao could feel that in a short period of time, there were already more than 1,000 reinforcements. However, these reinforcements were far weaker than the previous dozen divine guards. The 17th level divine guard had already been killed by him. 2 16th level divine guards had also died. The rest were basically below the 15th level. Ling Xiao did not need to care at all. Even if he were to be attacked directly, he could completely ignore it. Because he had the mystic world physique and the colored glaze armor, he could completely ignore their attacks. His current target was Xianfeng. Kacha! Another attack landed on the golden light. The crack on the golden light became bigger, and it was about to shatter completely. In another 1 or 2 attacks, Xianfeng would be completely exposed to Ling Xiao's sword. At the same time, more than a dozen attacks landed on his body at the same time. The light produced by various elements shone in the entire temple with all kinds of colors. Horrifying flames, swift and fierce blade wind, ice-cold frost. All kinds of attacks revealed a fatal aura. I'll get lost for me. Facing these dozen attacks, Ling Xiao did not have the intention to dodge at all. He even put away Icy Fury. The horrifying sky devil claw blasted out towards those dozen people, turning into dozens of fist shadows. Those dozen divine guards hurriedly used their weapons to block in a hurry. Although they wanted to protect Xianfeng, they were not willing to die in vain. Rumble! Kacha! To everyone's horror, those weapons actually did not have any advantage against Ling Xiao's sky devil claw. One by one, the weapons were shattered instantly. There was practically no defensive effect at all. Ling Xiao's sky devil claw actually grabbed the hearts of those dozen martial artists at the same time. Die! Ling Xiao roared. Then all the claw shadows returned to his body. Dozens of hearts fell on the ground, dripping with blood. Those martial artists screamed in horror, letting out ghost-like screams. And the current Ling Xiao was simply like a demon bathed in blood, making people tremble in fear. Monster! The divine guards looked at Ling Xiao in horror, and actually did not dare to take any action for a moment. This monster was too terrifying, killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, his means were extremely cruel. Even they were frightened. But the divine guards did not dare to move. But that Xianfeng's snow lion was very brave. It actually brought several battle beasts and charged towards Ling Xiao together. Smack! Behind Ling Xiao, a horrifying tail covered with black scales swung out fiercely. This was one of the most obvious characteristics of a sky devil. The horrifying tail was also a powerful weapon. It was even more terrifying than the hands. With just a sound, 4 battle beasts were actually whipped flying out at the same time. Their bodies exploded in the air, causing a rain of blood. The entire temple was filled with the smell of blood and thick murderous aura. Devil! This guy must be a devil from beyond the heavens. Kill him! absolutely cannot let him tarnish the glory of the temple. Among the crowd, a voice shouted loudly. However, the person who shouted did not dare to move forward. He could only shout there, hoping that others would send themselves to their deaths. More and more people gathered around Xian Feng Temple. From more than 1,000, it had now increased to more than 2,000. Not only the divine guards, but there were also some martial artists who cultivated in Xian Feng Temple. At this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into a sky devil. His body was covered in blood. Almost no one knew that this person was the dazzling star of the white tiger meat. In the eyes of these people, this was a devil who attempted to assassinate young Master Xian Feng. Those who knew Ling Xiao's identity had basically been killed. Xian Feng was the only one who knew, but he was already scared silly. He, who had been poisoned by the yin-yang powder, could not use any of his strength. Facing Ling Xiao's pursuit, he had no other way. If others could not save him, then only death awaited him. Another group of people surrounded Ling Xiao. Then, 216th level yin-yang realm martial artists hurriedly rushed to Xian Feng's side. Chapter 1911. Young Master Xian Feng, let's go to a safe place first. The 216th level yin-yang realm divine guards grabbed Xian Feng and said. However, as soon as they spoke, a terrifying black shadow charged at them. These two people were worthy of being 16th level yin-yang realm martial artists. Their reactions were extremely fast, protecting Xian Feng in the middle of them. The two of them joined forces to attack the black shadow. Unfortunately, even though they had destroyed the black shadow together, they could not escape. The black shadow was merely Ling Xiao's son of shadow. The real Ling Xiao had already appeared in front of one of the divine guards. The terrifying sky demon claw slashed at the divine guards, and the divine guard's head exploded like a watermelon. Ling Xiao was using his actions to tell these people that whoever dared to help Xian Feng would die. It would be a tragic death. However, the divine guards of the Black Tortoise Divine Temple were truly unafraid of death. Each and every one of them charged towards Ling Xiao as though they did not care about their own lives. Ling Xiao's footsteps were gradually hindered, and Xian Feng was carried far away. Ling Xiao was anxious when he saw that. The only person who knew about Cold Plum's situation was Xian Feng. If Xian Feng escaped, it would be useless no matter how many people he killed. At the crucial moment, he unleashed his full combat power. Eye of the Tomb of the God of Sin, Skeleton General. A huge eye opened in the sky, and a door to the Tomb of the God of Sin was born from the huge eye. Rumble. A terrifying sound was heard, and the Skeleton General stepped out of the Tomb of the God of Sin. An army of skeletons followed behind him. The current Skeleton General was even more good-looking than before. Every single one of his bones was emitting a golden glow. He was even wearing a complete set of armor. The rusty spear in his hand was shining brightly and emitting a terrifying aura of death. Roar! The moment the Skeleton General appeared, he understood his master's intention. He pointed his spear, and a large number of skeleton soldiers charged at Xian Feng, creating a bloody path. It was not enough. 3-leaf demonic pupils, demon god summoning bar. The 3 leaves in his right eye spun, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. Then a demonic god who could control lightning descended and started a terrifying massacre. With the demon god bar and the Skeleton General paving the way, Ling Xiao's battle became much easier. He took advantage of the chaos in the temple to get closer to Xian Feng. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this devil! Xian Feng turned around and saw that Ling Xiao's ghostly figure was constantly approaching him. He was so scared that he immediately screamed. His previous calm appearance was completely gone. As expected, he still knew how to be afraid. A large number of divine guards fearlessly blocked Ling Zhao's path. Kill! Ling Zhao's cold, dark golden eyes were devoid of any emotion. His speed suddenly increased explosively, and his body seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that reaped lives. As long as it was a martial artist he encountered, there was almost no possibility of survival. Either his body exploded or his head was removed from his body. Boom! Another terrifying blow blasted onto the golden light of the profound wind protection. Crack! Finally, a crack appeared on the golden light, and the golden light instantly became extremely thin. No, this guy is too scary. I don't want to die. At that very moment, Xian Feng felt that he was really an idiot. How could he underestimate such a monster? Why did he do such a dangerous thing? This madman was able to get first place in the treasure hunt. He really lived up to his reputation. However, at that very moment, he had no time to admire Ling Zhao. As the golden light had already shattered, Ling Zhao's next attack would be able to kill him. At that moment, he was exhausted from the yin-yang powder and had to rely on others to carry him here. However, the people who carried him were already dead. Who dares to be impudent in the Black Tortoise Temple? Another group of over a dozen powerful divine guards arrived. These people's cultivation had reached level 17 yin-yang realm. They instantly arrived in front of Xian Feng and protected him behind them. Set up the Black Tortoise formation. This group of divine guards was obviously stronger than the previous one. There were a total of 12 of them, and they even knew how to set up a battle formation. A battle formation was also a type of formation. Once it was set up successfully, it would definitely allow the 12 people to unleash the strength of 24 people. By then, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Ling Zhao's face turned gloomy. By then, the experts in the Black Tortoise Temple must have been alerted. He could feel an extremely powerful aura chasing after him from afar. No, I have to capture Xian Feng alive first. As long as I take him as a hostage, I believe that no matter how strong the guy is, he will have to hold back. Although Ling Zhao was in the mood to kill, his mind was very calm. After a simple analysis, Ling Zhao pulled out Light's Fury again. The terrifying divine light sword instantly turned crimson. Sanguine Sun Sword, all of you shall die. He did not hold back and directly attacked with the Sanguine Sun Sword. The terrifying crimson light shot out the moment the Sanguine Sun Sword appeared. Any martial artist who touched this crimson light was instantly sucked dry and turned into a bag of skin. This made the Sanguine Sun Sword even more brilliant. 2 of the 12 martial artists who originally planned to set up the Black Tortoise formation were instantly killed. The formation was also directly broken. Ling Zhao did not give them a chance to set up the formation at all. If he let them set up the formation successfully, Ling Zhao, would really have no chance. This was definitely a massacre. Holding the Sanguine Sun Sword, he turned into a heavenly demon incarnation. Ling Zhao was simply a true heavenly demon at this time. As long as the Sanguine Sun Sword flickered, there would be shriveled skin. Kill! 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 Human blood was like a shower, constantly sprinkling in the temple. Broken limbs were strewn all over the place like garbage. The shriveled skin was like rice bags everywhere. In Ling Zhao's dark golden eyes, there was no longer any trace of human emotion. Instead, they were filled with cold, killing intent. No one present could stop him. Of the 12 powerful divine guards, 6 had already died. Only 6 were left. And these 6 people were still protecting Xian Feng as they retreated step by step. Everyone's face was filled with fear and shock. If you don't get out of the way, then die with him. The Sanguine Sun Sword shone again. With a stab, 6 skin bags flew into the air. The frightened Xian Feng directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling. He had no courage to escape. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you where Cold Plum is." Xian Feng finally lost the will to resist. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist. He was really frightened by Ling Xiao, this terrifying fellow. What Tianhai tyranny? What Feng Fei? What Lei Lai? None of them were as terrifying as this madman. He was simply a monster. Where is she? Ling Zhao's sword was placed across Xian Feng's neck. As long as he moved, Xian Feng would die immediately. Is that woman really that important to you? For her, you're actually going to make an enemy of Black Tortoise Temple? Make an enemy of Deep Earth Sect? Xian Feng asked in confusion. Chapter 1912. Xian Feng really didn't understand. With Ling Zhao's talent, if he joined the Black Tortoise Temple, he would definitely become a top expert in the future. She was just a woman. Why bother? If it was him, he would directly send her to the Black Tortoise Temple. What's more, he didn't give Cold Plum to the Black Tortoise Temple, but to the Huda sect, the most powerful sect in the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao didn't speak at all, and directly left a wound on Xian Feng's neck. Bright red blood flowed out from there, and Xian Feng's face turned pale. To her, Lung Mei was not an important or unimportant issue at all. She was his family, a family member that absolutely couldn't be harmed. Whoever dared to touch her, he would destroy their entire family. The Black Tortoise Temple was no exception. Huda sect. Xian Feng finally spoke. It's the Huda sect. The Huda sect has a dark department. Cold Plum is very suitable to join the dark department of the Huda sect as a black feather person. You don't have to worry. She's not dead. She's just going to the dark department to learn. Xian Feng didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to talk nonsense, his head would directly move. I hate people who use this method to take away people around me. If the Huda sect really thinks highly of her, they should send out an invitation and let her go willingly. Ling Xiao looked into Xian Feng's eyes and said coldly, "Unless you're lying, what are they going to do with Cold Plum to the Huda sect?" The cold blade once again cut Xian Feng's neck. Xian Feng could even feel the pain of his muscles being torn apart. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Facing Ling Xiao, who didn't care about his feelings and didn't have any sense of fear, Xian Feng was really scared out of his wits. He said in horror, "The Dark Department is actually the assassination department of the Huda sect. After entering, the first thing you have to go through is extremely cruel training. All martial artists will be trained to be emotionless killing machines, and you have to erase all memories except for martial arts." He didn't dare to lie. If he dared to lie again, the blade would easily cut his neck. "Lord Xianyi." Suddenly, at this moment, an excited voice rang out. A dazzling and sharp blade light pierced over from a distance, passing through countless people's heads and piercing towards Ling Zhao's vital part. This saber light was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao could feel that even with the combination of his sealed world body and colored glass armor, it would still be difficult to resist. However, he still stood there without any intention of dodging. Just as the saber light was about to touch him, his figure suddenly shifted horizontally. The saber light pierced Xian Feng's body without any suspense. The remaining golden light on Xian Feng's body was easily torn apart, and then his body was split into two like a piece of paper. His eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. "Young Master Xian Feng." The man cried out in alarm, and he was already beside the corpse. The person who came had a head of messy black hair. He held a steel saber in his hand, which shone with the light of a spirit weapon. His speed in that instant was almost as fast as Ling Xiao's. This guy is very strong. He's at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm? No, he's at the half-rebirth realm. Ling Xiao frowned, and then called back the skeleton general and demon god Bar. At that moment, his greatest enemy was no longer the divine guards who were blocking his way, but the powerful enemy in front of him. He was definitely no match for this person in a one-on-one battle. He could only save his life if he ran away. His mind was spinning as he thought about the best way to save his life and how to save Cold Plum. He believed that it was impossible for Cold Plum to be taken away in such a short period of time. After all, he rushed over as soon as he received the news that Cold Plum was captured. Moreover, Cold Plum wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Although the girl hadn't adapted to her new power based on her past experience, she might be thinking of a way to escape. Hence, what he had to do now was to search the entire Black Tortoise Temple, find Cold Plum, and save Cold Plum. As for what would happen after that, it wouldn't be too late to think about it. Even if he was chased by the Black Tortoise Temple, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing about Cold Plum. Moreover, he had no other choice at that moment. You killed young Master Xianfeng. Xian Yi looked at Ling Xiao furiously, and his voice was filled with terrifying murderous intent. Don't spout nonsense. Everyone here saw it. The one who killed that guy wasn't me, but you. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yi and didn't show any fear. Even if the opponent was stronger than him, it didn't mean that he would die. At the very least, the person wasn't a rebirth realm warrior, and he still had a way to deal with him. No one noticed that at this moment, in the clouds above the profound Wind Divine Palace, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged there. There was a girl on his right who was supported by the clouds that emitted yin-yang origin energy. The girl was Cold Plum. On his left was Xianfeng, who had just been killed. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Xianfeng looked at the elder in front of him in shock. He could be said to be arrogant and despotic in the Black Tortoise Temple. He wouldn't even give face to the reverends of the 13 palaces. However, in front of this elder, he didn't dare to be impudent. This elder was none other than the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple, and possibly the strongest existence in the White Tiger continent. It's all right. It's just a small matter. However, I wasted a substitute doll. After returning to the Black Tortoise continent, you have to help me get another one. This kind of treasure is hard to come by. The elder glanced at Xianfeng and said, Senior, don't worry. It's just a small matter. I just don't know if Senior has the antidote to the yin-yang powder. I have to kill that kid personally. Otherwise, it'll be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Xianfeng looked at Ling Xiao on the ground and said angrily, Your yin-yang powder has been cured. Why don't you try activating your yin-yang origin energy? The elder said faintly. Hearing this, Xianfeng was delighted. He hurriedly activated his yin-yang origin energy and found that his stagnant inner energy was now very smooth and seemed to be much stronger than before. Thank you, Senior. I'll go down and kill him now. Xianfeng's spirit was lifted. He stood up and said, Listen to my advice. There's still a terrifying energy in that young man's body. Even if you recover your strength, you may not be his opponent. Just leave it to Xian Yi. It'll be easy for Xian Yi to kill him. The elder's indifferent voice greatly provoked Xianfeng. You're boosting others' morale and lowering your own. I have to kill him personally. I also want him to apologize to me like a dog in front of everyone. Otherwise, how can I get rid of the humiliation I suffered before? Xianfeng was a very arrogant person. Today, he was tortured by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple helped him and saved his life. If he couldn't take revenge personally, he would never be able to raise his head again. Chapter 1913. Xianfeng, you have to understand that this young man seems to have inherited the bloodline of a human king. It's just that outsiders can't see it. Moreover, I don't know where he got this terrifying, primordial, heavenly demon fighting spirit from. He can actually transform into a heavenly demon. He's so young and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm, but he can easily kill a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He's a real top genius. Even in the Black Tortoise mainland, he's definitely the top. You can't compare with him. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace did not give Xianfeng any face. His words were full of praise for Ling Xiao and mocking Xianfeng. I don't believe it, Xianfeng shouted stubbornly. Even if you don't believe it, I won't allow you to die. After all, you're the son of my friend. Although you're useless, if you die, it'll be very difficult for me. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace looked at him and said, Moreover, the Thick Earth sect is recruiting talents. Although Ling Xiao has some grudges with the Divine Palace, it's just a small problem. I think the Thick Earth sect will definitely like such a genius. No, you want him to join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. Xianfeng gritted his teeth. Letting someone who humiliated him join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was an insult to him. No, join the Thick Earth sect. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace said indifferently. He did not care about Xianfeng's anger at all. All right, since Senior insists on letting him join the Thick Earth sect, then as the supervisor of the Thick Earth sect in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, I have the obligation to test his talent and strength. Xianfeng suddenly rolled his eyes and said, the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace was silent for a long time before he sighed helplessly and said, since you don't know your limits, then go ahead and try. Anyway, with Xianyi here, you won't die. There's no need for Xianyi to do anything. I'll behead him very soon. Xianfeng rushed down impatiently and landed on the battlefield, appearing next to Xianyi. Xianyi, step aside. I'll kill him. Young Master Xianfeng, you're not dead. Xianyi shouted excitedly. Thank you so much for that slash. My soul almost died in the underworld. Fortunately, the Divine Palace sect master intervened and saved my life. Xianfeng glared at Xianyi, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, from now on, you'll see what a real expert looks like. Ling Xiao frowned, but his mind was racing. The Black Tortoise Divine Temple's sovereign actually personally saved Xianfeng, indicating that this person's status was extremely high. If he could hold this person hostage, then not only could he live, he could also take Lung Mei away. Although he might not succeed, it was worth a try. Thinking up to here, he only coldly glanced at Xianfeng, then hooked his hand and said, make your move. I want to see how strong the person who just knelt and begged for mercy is. Hearing Ling Xiao's ridicule, Xianfeng was furious. A shadow of a snow lion appeared behind him, and a transparent frost sword appeared in his hand. Die, brat! The air seemed to have frozen as the frost sword approached. There was a snow lion pouncing on Ling Xiao. No wonder Xianfeng liked to keep snow lions as pets. His martial soul was the snow lion. Su Mo dared not underestimate Xianfeng. After all, his opponent was a rank 18 Yin-Yang realm expert. Su Mo went all out from the start. The Crimson Sun sword appeared. The terrifying crimson radiance formed a crimson sun and collided with the snow lion sword chi. Rumble! The terrifying sword chi collided in the air. Ling Xiao frowned and stomped on the ground. The ground cracked, and a large amount of energy penetrated into the ground, not far away. The energy shot out through the cracks and killed a few divine guards on the spot. On the other side, Xian Feng did not retreat. However, he was surprised. His cultivation level was 4 ranks higher than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he diverted the energy and injured the divine guards of Black Tortoise Temple. Such an opponent was not easy to deal with, as he was too cunning. Not bad at all. However, if you think that's all I have, you're wrong. Xian Feng was going crazy. He thought that he was poisoned by the yin-yang powder. That was why he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. However, the yin-yang powder had been dispelled, and his strength had recovered to its peak because of his relationship with the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had fought for a long time and should have consumed a lot of energy. However, Xian Feng, a rank 18 yin-yang realm martial artist, could not do anything to Ling Xiao. How could he not be enraged? However, Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense with him. He stabbed with the Crimson Sun sword again. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and charged at Xian Feng like lightning. They were so close. They were so fast. Even Xian Feng, who had a higher cultivation level, could not react in time. Damn it! How can this guy's speed be so terrifying? Xian Yi, who was standing next to Xian Feng, was shocked. He was afraid that Xian Feng would be hurt, so he attacked without warning. At the same time, a few divine guards stood in front of Xian Feng and protected him. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's stroke could hurt Xian Feng, they definitely did not dare to watch Ling Xiao attack Xian Feng. The so-called one-on-one battle had become a ridiculous one-on-many battle. However, there was no change in Ling Xiao's eyes. His body had turned into a ray of light. Xian Yi and the others' expressions turned solemn when they saw the terrifying gust of wind. At the same time, another figure separated from Ling Xiao's body and charged at Xian Feng at an extremely fast speed. Xian Feng's cultivation level was strong, but Ling Xiao had already seen through him. He was definitely a playboy and had never fought in a real battle. Hence, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Xian Feng was even weaker than some martial artists who were at the 17th level of yin-yang realm. This guy's combat experience was terrible. Even if he had twin martial souls that were weaker than him, he could still kill this guy. Chi-Chi, the Crimson Sun sword turned into a ray of crimson sword light and charged at Xian Yi. Xian Yi could not help but be stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill Xian Feng. He did not expect this guy to be so stupid as to stab at him. Idiot, you made an extremely stupid choice. Xian Yi shook his wrist, and a ray of light flashed in his hand. He easily blocked the Crimson Sun sword. A smug expression appeared on his face. As long as he blocked Ling Xiao's attack, Xian Feng would not be in danger. After all, there were so many people protecting Xian Feng. However, at that moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Suddenly, another sword appeared in his originally empty left hand. It was a dark, demonic sword. The terrifying dark aura was more compatible with the heavenly demon incarnation. Chapter 1914. Xian Feng, you have to understand that this young man seems to have inherited the bloodline of a human king. It's just that outsiders can't see it. Moreover, I don't know where he got this terrifying, primordial, heavenly demon fighting spirit from. He can actually transform into a heavenly demon. He's so young and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 14th level of yin-yang realm, but he can easily kill a 17th level yin-yang realm martial artist. He's a real top genius. Even in the Black Tortoise mainland, he's definitely the top. You can't compare with him. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace did not give Xian Feng any face. His words were full of praise for Ling Xiao and mocking Xian Feng. I don't believe it. Xian Feng shouted stubbornly. Even if you don't believe it, I won't allow you to die. After all, you're the son of my friend. Although you're useless if you die, it'll be very difficult for me." The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace looked at him and said, "Moreover, the Thick Earth sect is recruiting talents. Although Ling Xiao has some grudges with the Divine Palace, it's just a small problem. I think the Thick Earth sect will definitely like such a genius." "No, you want him to join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace?" Xian Feng gritted his teeth. Letting someone who humiliated him join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was an insult to him. "No, join the Thick Earth sect," the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace said indifferently. He did not care about Xian Feng's anger at all. "All right, since Senior insists on letting him join the Thick Earth sect, then as the supervisor of the Thick Earth sect in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, I have the obligation to test his talent and strength." Xian Feng suddenly rolled his eyes and said. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace was silent for a long time before he sighed helplessly and said, "Since you don't know your limits, then go ahead and try. Anyway, with Xian Yi here, you won't die." "There's no need for Xian Yi to do anything. I'll behead him very soon." Xian Feng rushed down impatiently and landed on the battlefield, appearing next to Xian Yi. "Xian Yi, step aside. I'll kill him." "Young Master Xian Feng, you're not dead." Xian Yi shouted excitedly. "Thank you so much for that slash. My soul almost died in the underworld. Fortunately, the Divine Palace's sect master intervened and saved my life." Xian Feng glared at Xian Yi, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, the yin-yang powder in this young master's body has been removed. From now on, you will see what a true expert looks like." Ling Xiao frowned, but his mind was racing. The sovereign of the Black Tortoise Temple actually personally saved Xian Feng, indicating that this person's status was extremely high. If he could hold this person hostage, then not only could he live, he could also take Cold Plum away. Although he might not succeed, it was worth a try. Thinking up to here, he only coldly glanced at Xian Feng, then hooked his hand and said, "Make your move. I want to see how much strength the person who just knelt and begged for mercy has." "You're courting death." When Xian Feng heard Ling Xiao's ridicule, he was instantly enraged. A shadow of a snow lion appeared behind him, and a transparent frost sword appeared in his hand. He thrust his sword at Ling Xiao. "Die, brat!" When the frost sword pierced over, the air seemed to have frozen. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not only a terrifying cold sword chi, but also a snow lion that was pouncing on him. No wonder Xian Feng liked to keep snow lions as pets. It turned out that his martial soul was the snow lion. Facing this person, Su Mo did not dare to be careless. After all, his opponent was a rank 18 Yin-Yang realm expert. Su Mo went all out from the start. The Crimson Sun Sword appeared, and the terrifying crimson radiance condensed into a crimson sun, clashing with the snow lion sword chi. Rumble! The terrifying sword chi collided in the air, and Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the ground. A large amount of energy penetrated into the ground. Not far away, the energy shot out through the crack, killing a few divine guards on the spot. On the other side, Xian Feng did not retreat, but there was a look of surprise on his face. His cultivation was 4 ranks higher than Ling Xiao's. In the attack, Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he shifted the energy skillfully and even injured the divine guards of Black Tortoise Divine Hall. Such an opponent was not easy to deal with because he was too cunning. Not bad at all. However, if you think that's all I have, then you're wrong. Xian Feng was going crazy. He thought that he was poisoned by the yin-yang powder, which was why he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. However, The yin-yang powder had been dispelled, and his strength had recovered to its peak because of his relationship with the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Hall. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had fought for such a long time, and he should have consumed a lot of energy. However, he, a rank 18 yin-yang realm martial artist, could not do anything to Ling Xiao. How could he not be angry? However, Ling Xiao did not waste his breath on him. He stabbed with the Crimson Sun sword again. At the same time, his body turned into a ray of light and charged at Xian Feng like lightning. The distance was so close. The speed was so fast. Even Xian Feng, who had a higher cultivation level, could not react in time. Damn it! How can this guy's speed be so terrifying? Xian Yi, who was standing next to Xian Feng, was shocked. He was afraid that Xian Feng would be hurt, so he attacked without warning. At the same time, a few divine guards stood in front of Xian Feng and protected him. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's stroke could hurt Xian Feng, they definitely did not dare to watch Ling Xiao attack Xian Feng. The so-called one-on-one battle had turned into a ridiculous one-on-many battle. However, there was no change in Ling Xiao's eyes. His body had turned into a ray of light. Xian Yi and the others' expressions turned solemn when they saw the terrifying gust of wind. At the same time, another figure separated from Ling Xiao's body and charged at Xian Feng at an extremely fast speed. Xian Feng's cultivation level was strong, but Ling Xiao had already seen through him. He was definitely a playboy and had never fought in a real battle. Hence, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Xian Feng was even weaker than some martial artists who were at the 17th level of yin-yang realm. This guy's combat experience was terrible. Even if Xian Yi had twin martial souls that were weaker than him, he could still kill this guy. Chi-Chi, the Crimson Sun sword turned into a ray of crimson sword light and charged at Xian Yi. Xian Yi could not help but be stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Xian Feng, but he did not expect this guy to be so stupid as to stab at him. Idiot, you have made an extremely stupid choice. Xian Yi shook his wrist, and a ray of light flashed in his hand. He easily blocked the Crimson Sun sword. A smug expression appeared on his face. As long as he blocked Ling Xiao's attack, Xian Feng would not be in danger. After all, Xian Feng had so many people protecting him. However, at this moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Suddenly, another sword appeared in his originally empty left hand. It was a dark magic sword. Chapter 1915. The sect master of Black Tortoise Temple looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and waved his hand gently. The feeling that made Ling Xiao unable to move instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao stared at him and felt a chill in his heart. Xian Ming dared to let him go because he was confident that he could restrain him instantly. This was the confidence of an expert. He was too far away from this person. Sect master. At this moment, another expert came from afar. Seeing Xian Ming, he hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Greetings, sect master. Get up. Why are you here instead of preparing for the Battle of the Kings? The person who came was Lawless. Xian Ming glanced at him indifferently and asked softly, I'm going to discuss with sect master about tomorrow's Battle of the Kings. A few days ago, sect master said that he might attend the battle personally. Lawless glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly. He was really depressed now. Because he had lost 2 bets, he had sworn to protect Ling Xiao and the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire. If the sect master wanted to deal with Ling Xiao today, he would be in a difficult situation. Got it. You can stand aside for now. Xian Ming waved his hand and said, Yes. Lawless stood aside and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He thought to himself, It's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that you have offended someone that even I can't do anything about. This is beyond the scope of the oath. He was looking for an excuse to break the oath. However, he was afraid that he would be punished by heaven for breaking the oath. Even so, he didn't want to offend Xianming. This sect master was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. "Give me back Cold Plum." Ling Zhao's cold and firm voice rang out. Xianming, the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple, couldn't help but look at him in surprise. He actually dared to say such words under his powerful pressure? This kid was powerful. He was well aware of how strong his own cultivation was. He was no ordinary rebirth realm martial artist. Any yin-yang realm martial artist would either kneel down or faint in front of him. Some would even suffocate to death from his aura. No yin-yang realm martial artist had ever dared to speak to him like this. "That's impossible." Xianming shook his head and said, "Cold Plum is a black feather person of the feather world. She is very suitable to be a disciple of the dark department of the Huda sect. You shouldn't stop her. Instead, you should support her." Hearing that, lawless Xian Yi, Xian Feng, and the kneeling divine guards were stunned. What was going on? Normally, this high and mighty sect master would never waste words with the enemy. Why was he explaining to this crazy kid in front of him today? "Let her wake up. As long as she is willing, I have nothing to say." Ling Xiao looked at Xianming and said, "I hate it when people force me and my friends. Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The sect master is giving you face by speaking for you. Don't push your luck. Don't overestimate yourself." Lawless shouted from the side. Of course, he hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to take Cold Plum away with Xianming. That way, Xianming would probably let Ling Xiao go. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to go back on his word and wouldn't have to go back on his word. "I told you to give her back to me." Ling Xiao suddenly moved. He turned into a stream of light and pounced at Cold Plum. His idea was simple. He wanted to use his speed to save Cold Plum. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he wanted to try. Because the opponent was too strong, he couldn't think of any other way. He could only take the risk. "Good body movement. Unfortunately, you don't stand a chance against me." Xianming glanced at Ling Zhao's afterimage and flicked his finger. Ling Xiao was struck by lightning. His body flew out like a broken kite and hit the wall of the temple. His whole body was covered in blood. Under the protection of the mysterious world body and the colored glaze armor, he was injured so easily. This Xianming was really terrifyingly strong. Although he had expected this to happen, Ling Xiao was still a little shocked when he was actually sent flying. Maybe this time, he had really encountered the biggest hurdle in his life. If he couldn't cross it, he would die without a burial place. If he could cross it, his future would be bright. If you want to be with her, it's very simple. Join the Deep Earth sect. I will take you and her to the Black Tortoise continent. In the future, one of you will become the most terrifying assassin of the Deep Earth sect. The other will become one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Deep Earth sect. Although Cold Plum will lose her memory and suffer a fate worse than death, she is just a woman. You can exchange her for a bright future. I believe I don't need to say more about how to choose. Xianming looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly. It was as if Ling Xiao would accept everything he said. "Bah!" Ling Xiao spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and cursed, "Old dog, remember this. If I don't die today, I will let you know what fear is in the future." "Sect Master, this kid is really stubborn. Why don't you give him to me and let me deal with him? I will make him obediently join the Deep Earth sect and be our dog for the rest of his life," Xian Feng said as he looked at Xianming with a ferocious expression. "All right, since he is not obedient, I don't intend to protect him. I will leave him to you. Although Xian Ming felt that Ling Xiao was a genius that could be nurtured, he did not like Ling Xiao's character. Ling Xiao was unruly and stubborn. He was not the type that he liked. You guys capture him. Xian Feng was overjoyed when he heard Xian Ming. Although Ling Xiao was injured, he still did not dare to get close to Ling Xiao. Instead, he sent a few 16th-tier Yin Yang Realm Divine Guards to capture Ling Xiao. Yes, Sect Master. The few Divine Guards obeyed and walked towards Ling Xiao. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden outburst, they could not disobey Xian Feng's order since Ling Xiao was injured and Ling Xiao was injured. Master, leave quickly. Cold Plum's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. I'm not leaving. Ling Xiao resolutely said through soul transmission, you should know that the Deep Earth Sect's Dark Department is not a place for humans. They just want to torture you into a killing machine. How can I let them succeed? But, Master, you should understand that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's Sect Master, Xian Ming, is here. You have no hope of saving me. I know that Master cares about me, and I know that Master has the ability to escape. Cold Plum has suffered coldness and torture all these years. I am not afraid of suffering. As long as Master lives well, that is Cold Plum's greatest happiness. Finally, Master, please help me find the others in the Blackwing Nation, and let them live well like the Dragon Clan. This is what my father asked of me before he died. Chapter 1916. I can't do it. It's better if you do it yourself. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to agree to Cold Plum's request because he knew that Cold Plum wanted to sacrifice herself to help him. Although he didn't know what Cold Plum wanted to do, he believed that he could seize the opportunity to escape as long as Cold Plum did it. But so what if he escaped? Given the strength of Black Tortoise Sacred Hall, wouldn't it be easy for them to find and capture him? If that was the case, what was the point of him running away? Master, no need to talk nonsense. If you dare to mess around, I, Ling Xiao, will no longer recognize Cold Plum as a friend. Don't worry, I have a way to save you. I don't care even if you don't participate in the White Tiger meet. Ling Xiao still had a final trump card, which was the Butterfly Lady and the Yuan Venerate. He wouldn't use these two trump cards until the last moment. Once he used them, he had to get the best results. Cold Plum was actually pretending to be unconscious. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she couldn't help but cry. No one had ever treated her this well in her entire life. Actually, no one would say anything if Ling Xiao left just like that. After all, he was facing a powerful existence like the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master. Instead, he might be called stupid if he stayed. However, Ling Xiao would rather do this than leave. This showed that he was really good to her. Kill. Without any warning, Ling Xiao abruptly exploded. The few divine guards near him didn't even have time to react before their bodies were blasted into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't stop. His target was Xian Feng. He could also see that although Xian Feng wasn't very strong, he was definitely an important person. As long as he held this fellow hostage, even the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master would have to hold back. You will be buried with me. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Xian Feng in an instant and punched at Xian Feng's vital points. In order to prevent this fellow from escaping, he had to first severely injure this fellow. Seeing Ling Xiao closing in on him, Xian Feng was shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late when he wanted to escape. Ling Xiao's speed was much faster than his. He was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, firmly entangling him, making it impossible for him to escape. How dare you? The Black Tortoise Temple Master frowned slightly. His complexion didn't look too good. He was really a little angry. With him here, Ling Xiao actually tried to hold Xian Feng hostage. He did not take him seriously at all. Then, He gently waved his palm. At that moment, a terrifying force enveloped Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been smashed by a huge hammer, and all the bones in his body were shattered. Boom! Ling Xiao, who was close to Xianfeng, was once again sent flying and fell to the ground. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered. Even if he still had internal force, he could not move and could not kill anyone. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Let's see what else you can do now, you idiot. Men, take him away. Take him to the blood prison. I want him to taste all the punishments in the Black Tortoise Temple. When Xianfeng saw that Ling Xiao was beaten into a cripple, he laughed wildly once again. He actually went near Ling Xiao and stretched out his hand to slap Ling Xiao's face. No one thought that Ling Xiao could do anything else, including Xian Yi Lawless and the Black Tortoise Temple Master. Even Cold Plum was crying hysterically in her heart. If it was not for Ling Xiao constantly stopping her, she really wanted to tear Xianfeng into pieces. Seeing Ling Xiao injured like that, her heart almost broke. Endure. You must endure. As long as Master is not dead, I have a way to save him. I must not be impulsive now. Cold Plum reminded herself over and over again, as if she was hypnotizing herself. Suddenly, at this moment, a scream was heard. Everyone looked over in surprise. The one who screamed was not Ling Xiao, but Xianfeng. Ling Xiao, whose bones had been shattered, still floated up strongly. His body seemed to be supported by a black shadow. His right hand grabbed Xianfeng's neck tightly. As long as he exerted a little force, this neck would be broken. Don't act recklessly. Xianming frowned. At this moment, he was really afraid of breaking the vases. Xianfeng was his master's son. Although he was the most crippled one, his master's blood still flowed in his body. If he died here, then he would be in trouble. At the very least, his master would question why he was unable to save Xianfeng even though he was so powerful. If you don't want me to kill him, then obediently release Cold Plum. I believe Senior Xianming is clear about which is more important. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that Xianfeng's life was more important than Cold Plum's. So as long as he controlled Xianfeng, then he could definitely exchange for Cold Plum. Senior, save me. Xianfeng could only cry for help in horror. Trash! You can't do anything right. Xianming took a deep breath. He wanted to use Cold Plum to exchange for Xianfeng. However, as the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple, he absolutely could not tolerate being threatened. Ling Xiao must die, unless he still had something worth digging up. All right, this old man agrees. Let's release the hostages at the same time. How about it? Xianming looked at Ling Xiao and said, Old dog, do you really think I'm stupid? This is your Black Tortoise Temple's territory. If I release the hostages now, you can casually kill both of us. Ling Xiao scolded. Anyway, they were already like fire and water. He didn't care who he scolded. Then what do you say? Xianming asked coldly. It's very simple. Go to Cangjing Temple to exchange the hostages. Ling Xiao suggested. No problem. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, Xianming felt that as long as they were within the range of Myriad Thunder Extreme Place, his Black Tortoise Temple could easily catch these two people and execute them. So he agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiao's biggest reliance was the Demon Wine Sword. Although the Demon Wine Sword was strong, it was only slightly stronger than the honorables of the 13 palaces. There was no way it could be compared to him. Even if the Demon Wine Sword appeared, he could just kill them together. Sect Master is really straightforward. Then let's meet at Cangjing Temple. Ling Xiao left with Xianfeng, and no one dared to stop him. Even Xianming had to be cautious. Who would dare to act recklessly. If young Master Xianfeng was killed, they would all be buried with him. Xian Yi brings some men to surround Sangjing Temple. Don't let even a mosquito out. Xian Ming looked at Xian Yi and ordered. Yes, Xian Yi took the order and left with a large number of divine guards. Xian Ming also slowly rose to the sky. Then his body suddenly flashed, and he arrived at Sangjing Temple before Ling Shao. At this time, Sangjing Temple was already in ruins. Near the ruins, there were several figures waiting anxiously. Among them were the demon wine sword and Hongqi. Both of them were injured. However, the enemy was in a worse state than them. It was the Black Tortoise Temple, chapter 1917. Although the wine demon sword and Hongqi were injured, the others were also heavily injured. However, the enemy was in a worse state. The family head of the Sora family, Sora Jing, who had vowed to find trouble with Ling Shao, died on the spot. This was the first rebirth realm martial artist that the wine demon sword had killed since returning to the White Tiger continent. The other rebirth realm martial artist that was killed was actually a Black Wind Sacred Hall honorable from the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. He was in charge of the Black Wind Sacred Hall and had the same status as Lawless. Other than the two of them, the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall had lost more than 100 divine guards. They were all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. 5 half-rebirth realm martial artists had died, tragically, all killed by Hongqi. This kind of battle would definitely not satisfy the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Suddenly, the wine demon sword frowned. The black sword in his hand flickered as he stared into the distance. After a while, an old man appeared in his line of sight, causing his expression to become unsightly. It's him. The wine demon sword smiled bitterly. Elder Hong, take them away later. Run as far as you can. Leave the rest to me. Who is he? Hongqi asked. Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master, Xian Ming. The wine demon sword sighed and said, I'm not his match, and the gap between us is huge. Even if I fight with him, I'm afraid I can only last about 100 moves. Why is he here? Could it be that my good grandson has done something incredible in the Black Tortoise Temple again? Hongqi was puzzled. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master would not show himself easily. Since he had shown himself today, something big must have happened. As they spoke, Xian Ming had already appeared in front of them. He was very close. The terrifying pressure made Dan Feng and the others unable to stand up straight. It was as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Among them, only the wine demon sword and Hongqi could stand up straight. However, what was surprising was that although Long Chun did not stand up straight, he actually took a step forward. His body flickered with golden light, and he let out a terrifying dragon roar to prevent himself from falling. Oh, seems like the rumors are true. You are indeed a real dragon. Interesting, interesting. Who is this Ling Shao? Not only does he have the black feather people, he also has the dragon race. He even has the help of the unruly wine demon sword. Xian Ming was surprised and confused. Although Ling Shao had indeed displayed terrifying potential and ability, his strength was still ordinary. Why would these people be so loyal to this brat? He didn't quite understand. It was hard to understand. Old dog, cut the crap. Where's Cold Plum? At this moment, another voice came from the horizon. Ling Shao broke through the air and arrived. Although all the bones in his body had been shattered, they were still healing at an accelerated rate. His body was temporarily supported by the Son of Shadow. His speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, but it was still not slow. Naturally, he came with me. Xian Ming was very angry because Ling Shao actually dared to call him an old dog. However, This was not the time to lose his temper. After the exchange of hostages, it would not be too late to torture Ling Xiao. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Long Mei was released. Although he didn't know what kind of method he used, it was really brilliant. Senior Wine Demon Sword. Grandfather, bring the others and follow me. Ling Xiao called out and flew into the ruins of the Cangjing Temple. Although no one knew what had happened, they were very shocked. Ling Xiao actually dared to call Xianming an old dog, and that old dog actually did not fly into a rage and kill him. However, at this moment, they did not have time to think about this. They all followed Ling Xiao into the ruins of the Cangjing Temple. Rumble! Ling Xiao split open a pile of ruins with his palm and revealed an entrance. Then he rushed in. This was the former sacrificial hall of the Cangjing Temple. Although it was suppressed by the ruins, it still did not collapse. The quality was excellent. Xianming did not hesitate and followed almost at the same time. This was the boldness of the strong. He thought that no one could pose a threat to him. After everyone entered the sacrificial hall, a large number of divine guards came from outside the Cangjing Temple and completely surrounded the place. Don't let even a mosquito out. Do you hear me? Whoever dares to barge in, kill without mercy. Xian Yu was furious. Under his watch, Xian Feng was being held hostage. This kind of humiliation made him burn with anger. Yes, the divine guards responded loudly. No one knew how many years had passed, but this kind of situation had never happened. Someone dared to provoke the Black Tortoise Temple during the White Tiger meet, and even killed so many people of the Black Tortoise Temple and held the supervisor of the Black Tortoise Temple hostage. They could not tolerate it. In the sacrificial hall, Ling Xiao finally stopped and then said to Xianming, "Let them go at the same time." Yes, Xianming nodded. He did not know why Ling Xiao chose to exchange hostages here, and he did not feel any fresh aura here. It was still filled with dense immortal qi, which was released from the infinite thunderbolt's extreme land. He was very familiar with it. The aura in the Black Tortoise Temple was even denser than here. It was impossible for him to lose by exchanging hostages like this. What a pity, little girl. You could have become the most frightening assassin in the Black Tortoise continent. Xianming pushed Cold Plum out. At the same time, Ling Xiao also pushed Xianfeng out. At that moment, Xianming's lips curled into a sneer. His figure suddenly flashed and rushed towards Xianfeng. What a stupid kid. Are you worthy of exchanging hostages with this old man? Today, all of you will pay the price in blood. Is that so? Stupid and arrogant old dog. Do you really think that I chose to exchange hostages here for no reason? Ling Xiao did not move, nor did he let the demon wine sword move. He just stood there, looking at Xianming as if he was looking at a joke. Xianming was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. You want to scare this old man with such words? You are too naive. He did not stop and continued to pounce on Xianfeng. At the same time, he grabbed Cold Plum again. However, at that moment, an extremely strong sense of danger took root and sprouted in his body. Years of battle experience told him that he was in a very dangerous situation. Although he did not know what kind of danger it was, he did not dare to be careless. He gave up saving Xianfeng and even gave up Cold Plum. He suddenly operated the reincarnation power and prepared for defense. In the void, a hand stretched out and slapped towards his back. Xianming hurriedly turned around and slapped. Boom! After the two palms collided, the entire ancestral hall shook. Many places in the Black Tortoise Temple that had already turned into ruins collapsed again. Xianming was stunned. His opponent's palm was really strong. It was actually on par with him. However, why did he feel such a familiar aura and power as if he was fighting with himself. This feeling was too strange. It was as if he had seen the same thing somewhere before. Chapter 1918. He felt the familiar aura of his opponent. Suddenly, an idea came to Xian Ming's mind, but he immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. How is this possible? Only a human king knows how to set up the array in the graveyard of devils. How could he learn it?" However, the next moment, he had to slap himself hard, because the figure that came out of the void was exactly the same as him. Whether it was strength or appearance, they were exactly the same. "Are you surprised, old dog? You used such an array to get the data of the participants, but you didn't know that I am proficient in arrays. I refined and modified an even more powerful mirror image array." Xian Feng was caught by Ling Xiao again, and Cold Plum was saved by the Wine Demon Sword. Ling Xiao could talk to Xian Ming indifferently. The mirror image array uses the power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array, so any martial artist below the human celestial realm can copy it. You are no exception. Xian Ming was really surprised. He felt that he was sure to win, and that he had seen through Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he realized that he didn't know enough about this kid. In this world, other than cultivation, there were some things that were more difficult to deal with. The magic weapon of a refiner, the array of an array refiner, the elixir of an alchemist, especially the array. Once it was set up successfully, it could produce an effect that was beyond one's imagination. He was too careless. He thought that Ling Xiao's only trump card was the Wine Demon Sword. He didn't know that this kid had led him here to use the power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array. Without the power, even the mirror image array couldn't copy his ability. "Aren't you surprised?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Good, very good, but a mirror image is just a mirror image. Do you expect him to defeat me?" Xian Ming said coldly. "What if Senior Wine Demon Sword joins in?" Ling Xiao asked. Xian Ming glanced at the Wine Demon Sword. Although he was confident that he could kill the Wine Demon Sword, it would be dangerous if there was a mirror image with the same strength as him. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm convinced. You are the only Yin-Yang realm martial artist that I admire. Tell me, what do you want?" Although Xian Ming was indignant when he said that, it was obvious that he wanted to admit defeat. There was no other way. He had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap, and the hostage in his hands was gone. It was impossible to threaten the little guy. "I didn't want to do anything at first. I just wanted to get my friend back." Ling Xiao was actually very clear that although the Wine Demon Sword and the Xian Ming mirror image would make Xian Ming very depressed, however, it was still almost impossible to kill him. A mirror image was a mirror image. As long as one found the trick, they would be able to crack it. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to use his advantage to temporarily make peace with Xian Ming. Then, he would use more time to ensure his safety. "Now that you have her back, can you return Xian Feng to me?" Xian Ming said coldly. "That's impossible. The sect leader of the mysterious underworld sect is so strong. Once we lose the hostage, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave alive." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "How about this? After we finish participating in the White Tiger Storm meet, we'll return Profound Wind to you. How about it?" "What?" Xian Ming felt that he must have heard wrongly. "You still want to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet?" "Why not?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "We finally passed the first 2 stages with great difficulty. Next is the Battle of the Kings. It's impossible for us to give up on our own initiative." "Ha ha ha ha. This old man really likes you more and more. Good boy, since you're not afraid of death, then we'll do as you say. If anything happens to Profound Wind, this old man swears that I'll turn your heavenly empire into ruins." Xian Ming laughed a few times and said, Remove your array. This old man wants to see how you'll leave here alive after the White Tiger Storm meet ends. There's no need for Senior to worry about that. This Junior knows what to do. Ling Xiao also smiled. Xian Ming no longer spoke. He looked at the trembling Xian Feng and said, "Follow them obediently for the time being. Sooner or later, this debt will be settled." After saying that, he turned around and flew away. A cold and dignified voice came from the sky. "All Black Tortoise Temple cultivators, listen to my order. Before the White Tiger Storm meet ends, no one is allowed to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Violators will be killed." He didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he was very excited. How big of a surprise would Ling Xiao bring him? It had been a long time since he had such an interesting little guy. No, it should be such an interesting toy. Playing with him well and then killing him later. That could also be considered fun. Watching Xian Ming leave, Ling Xiao threw profound wind to the Wine Demon Sword and said, "Senior, I'll leave this guy in your care for the time being. I believe that even Xian Ming can't easily snatch him from your hands, right?" Of course. The Wine Demon Sword caught the trembling profound wind and said with a smile, "But do you really believe that Xian Ming will let you participate in the White Tiger Storm meet with peace of mind?" "I believe." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That kind of person is too confident and feels that everything is under his control. So what if I participate in the White Tiger Storm meet? Besides, the White Tiger Storm meet is organized by the Black Tortoise Temple and the other 5 major forces. If several talented cultivators were killed in the second battle, do you think the Black Tortoise Temple can hold back? Xian Ming is very powerful, but the 4 great empires and the righteous sect aren't to be trifled with. Especially the righteous sect, they might not be weaker than the Black Tortoise Temple." That's true. In any case, he feels that he can kill you at any time, so there's no hurry. However, what happens after the White Tiger Storm meet ends? That's the big problem. The Wine Demon Sword nodded. "Don't worry, Senior Wine Demon Sword. I've already thought of what to do. Next, I need to concentrate on healing and wait for the Battle of the Kings to begin tomorrow." Although Ling Xiao could still fight, his combat strength had greatly decreased due to the broken bones in his body. He had to make the best use of his time to recover. "All right, everyone start healing. I'll stand guard," the Wine Demon Sword said in a deep voice. Everyone didn't talk nonsense and entered a state of cultivation. The qualification to participate in the Battle of the Kings was obtained by Ling Xiao risking his life. If they couldn't obtain a good result, they would feel guilty. The night was very peaceful. As expected, Xian Ming didn't do anything to Ling Xiao and the others. However, he issued 3 orders in a row. First, bury the dead and injured Black Tortoise Temple cultivators and take care of their families. Second, completely seal off the main roads from Thunderclap City to other places. Every road needs to be guarded by a Rebirth Realm expert. They must not allow Ling Xiao to escape. Third, announce that he will personally host the Battle of the Kings. These 3 orders were obviously directed at this incident. Xian Ming also felt that he had been in seclusion for too long. It was time for him to come out and see the talents of the world. Perhaps this time he could really select some talents for the Black Tortoise Temple. Chapter 1919. After seeing Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, Xian Ming felt that he should meet the geniuses of this year's White Tiger meet even more intensely. On the morning of the second day, outside Thunderclap City, a dense crowd was prepared to enjoy the final battle of this year's White Tiger meet. The sky was clear and cloudless. It was also an excellent weather for a showdown. The participating cultivators had gathered in the seats around the stage. It was easier to see here and more convenient to participate in the showdown. Look, That's the Black Tortoise Temple's sect master, Lord Xianming. Suddenly, a flurry of voices sounded. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a white-bearded man in a white robe slowly descending on the judges' seats. Who else could it be but Xianming, as expected of the Black Tortoise Temple's sect master? This aura simply makes people worship him. Perhaps Xianming deliberately released some of his aura today, so the participating cultivators could feel it very clearly. Perhaps this was also a way for Xianming to display his prestige. It was to make these people admire him. In this way, these people would be more willing to join the Black Tortoise Temple with him. Sit down. Today is the start of the third battle of the White Tiger Meet, the Battle of the Kings. This isn't just an honor, it's also an opportunity. The elites of the entire White Tiger continent have gathered here. If you can get a good ranking, you'll definitely become a hero of your generation. Of course, some people may think that an empty reputation is useless. But you also need to get a good ranking because as long as you can enter the second round of the Battle of the Kings, you'll be rewarded by the temple. Of course, the further you go, the better the rewards. If you can get first place, then the rewards you'll receive will surprise you. It's definitely something you've never thought of or dared to think of. The rules of the battle are very simple. If one side takes the initiative to admit defeat or is killed, then it's over. The rules of the battle were indeed simple. As long as you could continue to advance, then you'd be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the end. Regardless of whether you got first place or not, as long as your ranking was higher, there would naturally be more benefits. All 66 cultivators looked at the stage nervously. As long as you could enter the second round, you'd be rewarded. This first battle was especially important. Do you all understand? Understood. All right, let's cut to the chase. Who's ranked first in the treasure hunting battle? Come up and choose your opponent. These words hadn't come from the mysterious underworld, but from Lawless. Xianming had only given the opening speech. The rest of the speech was naturally left to Lawless. Ling Xiao stood up and glanced at Xianming. Then he slowly walked towards the arena. It seemed that he had not fully recovered from his injuries. When he walked, he did not dare to walk too fast and seemed to be enduring intense pain. Humph, do you think the bones that were shattered by this old man can be easily recovered? I'd like to see how far a cunning and daring brat like you can go. Looking at Ling Xiao, Xianming snorted inwardly. He would be very happy if Ling Xiao was tortured, because this brat had thoroughly infuriated him. He wanted to see this brat be tortured to death. Ling Xiao, you now have the opportunity to challenge anyone outside of the top 10. Begin. Lawless also saw that Ling Xiao was not in a good position. Hence, when he spoke, he emphasized the words challenge anyone. He wanted Ling Xiao to choose a weaker opponent to deal with. In that case, there would be no danger and he would not have to show up at that moment. Regardless of whether it was the audience or the participating warriors, they were all looking at Ling Xiao. They also wanted to know who Ling Xiao would choose as his opponent. Last night, a rumor had reached their ears that Ling Xiao's bones had been broken and his strength had been reduced sharply. Seeing it today, it seemed like the rumor was true. If Ling Xiao had to choose, he would probably choose the lower-ranked warriors. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, if you have the ability, fight with me. I am looking forward to seeing your strength. As the saying went, take his life while he was sick. When they realized that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, other than their own people, the rest of the warriors wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao. The one who shouted at Ling Xiao was actually the guy who was ranked 64th, just ahead of Zhu Xiaocong and MOU. Pick me. Another person shouted. Pick me. I won't kill you. We have no grudge against each other. Just let me advance to the second round easily. More and more people shouted at Ling Xiao. It seemed like Ling Xiao was not the champion of the treasure hunt, but more like a piece of trash that could be bullied. You then. Ling Xiao looked at Sora Atoifei and gestured with his finger. Sora Atoifei was one of the warriors who wanted to beat him up. He was ranked 56th. Although his ranking was a little low, he was not at the bottom. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's choice of him was not wise enough. When Sora Atoifei heard Ling Xiao's voice, he cried tears of joy. Let me take revenge for the Sora family. He jumped into the ring excitedly, as if he was worried that he would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if he hesitated. Do you really want to kill me that badly? Ling Xiao looked at Sora Atoifei's anxious face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I admit that if you weren't injured, I might not be your opponent. So this is a chance, the best chance for revenge. Sora Atoifei didn't hide his intentions and said loudly, You have killed too many of our people. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive me. Didn't they come to kill me first? Even so, you shouldn't kill them. After all, you are not dead yet. Sora Atoifei said again, I have nothing to say to you. Come on, even if I am injured, you are not my opponent. Ling Xiao felt that he would become stupid if he continued to talk nonsense with this kind of person. I will let you know how powerful the Sora family is. Sora Atoifei looked at Lawless and said, Referee, can we start? He seemed to be a little impatient. The moment you step onto the stage, the competition has already begun. So, the next people, there's no need to ask such nonsense. Just directly attack. Just start, Lawless said casually. That's great. Sora Atoifei sneered, and a humanoid martial soul appeared behind him. It was the ancestral soul of the Sora family, a woman who wasn't tall but had a pretty face. She had a baby face and loved to smile. Countless people had been bewitched by this face and died in the hands of this woman. Sora Atoifei released his martial soul and a huge blade appeared in his hand. He then slashed it at Ling Xiao. The humanoid martial soul behind him let out a strange smile, which was full of charm. Many people in the audience started to giggle, as if their souls had been hooked by something. The huge blade in his hand seemed to have come from the sky, as if it could split the whole ring in half. The domineering power made the elements in the air burst out with shrill screams and shrill cries. Chapter 1920. Human immortal ancestral spirit, grant me your strongest power. I'll defeat this unworthy champion. Sora Atoifei roared as he quickly approached Ling Xiao. As his voice rang out, an even more terrifying power was released from the humanoid martial soul. It blew Ling Xiao's clothes until they fluttered loudly. Ling Xiao stood there as if he was completely mesmerized. He did not move at all. Boom! The terrifying saber, accompanied by an astonishing destructive power, directly chopped down on Ling Xiao's head. People could almost see the tragic scene of Ling Xiao's body being split open by the broadsword. Many people even let out cries of surprise. How could the champion of the treasure hunt lose so badly? However, when the gale stopped and the energy dissipated, what everyone saw was Sora Atoifei's dumbfounded expression and Ling Xiao's smiling face. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Unharmed? How was that possible? No matter how weak Sora Atoifei was, he was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, Ling Xiao did not move at all and easily blocked his attack. Wasn't he severely injured? Even if he wasn't severely injured, how could he have such a terrifying defense? You want to kill me with such strength? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. Shut up. You ant trash, scum from the Sky Dragon continent. I'll definitely kill you. Sora Atoifei seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his broadsword again, and slashed it at Ling Xiao's head. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Ling Xiao just watched quietly as he pretended to be arrogant. It was as if he was watching an ant trying to trip him up. Impossible! This is impossible! Sora Atsuifei was finally terrified. He even threw away the broadsword in his hand. Ling Xiao grabbed the broadsword casually and said with a smile, "It's a pity to throw away such a good weapon. Why don't I try it too?" His eyes were filled with cold and sinister killing intent. The other party wanted to kill him and had slashed him more than once. How could he let this guy go? Seeing the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, Sora Takei's body trembled violently. He wanted to admit defeat, but he found that his muscles were trembling. He couldn't even say the word admit defeat. At this moment, his despair had reached its peak. Most of the people in the crowd did not know Ling Xiao. The audience couldn't understand. Sora Takei was a genius warrior from the Sora clan, one of the 4 great clans in the land of infinite thunders. How was it possible for Ling Xiao to block such a terrifying attack without even moving? And not just once. Colored glaze armor. It must be the colored glaze armor. The 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, gritted his teeth and said, "Although this brat is seriously injured, he has the divine grade spiritual artifact, colored glaze armor. His defense is amazing. With Sora Jingfei's cultivation, it's impossible for him to break through his defense." His words received the agreement of almost everyone. Of course, Ling Xiao's friends were an exception. Only they knew how strong Ling Xiao's physical body was. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the divine grade spiritual artifacts used by Yin Yang Realm warriors. After all, Yin Yang Realm warriors couldn't unleash the true power of a divine grade spiritual artifact. They could only defend passively. Ling Xiao indeed didn't wear the colored glaze armor because he had lent it to Cold Plum. Cold Plum's strength was in her attack power, and her weakness was her defense. If she had the colored glaze armor, Ling Xiao absolutely believed that she had the ability to enter the top 5 of the White Tiger meet. Of course, the prerequisite was that Cold Plum had to completely comprehend the Black Feather King's inheritance. However, this should be relatively easy for her. After all, the Black Feather King was her father. With the bloodline connection, her comprehension would naturally be faster. "You want to kill me? Your strength is laughable and pitiful." Ling Xiao's words made the originally terrified Sora Takei even more embarrassed and angry. "You called me an ant, a piece of trash. But I've already given you so many chances, yet you didn't even manage to cut off a single strand of my hair. Then what are you?" Sora Takei opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He had already used all his strength and attacked more than once. The other party didn't even fight back, but he couldn't hurt the other party at all. How should he answer? After a long time, he finally said, "You're just relying on the colored glaze armor. What's so great about that? If you have the ability, throw the colored glaze armor away." Ling Xiao looked at Sora Takei with disdain and said, "I really don't understand. How did you survive until now with that kind of brain? Your saber is also a spiritual artifact, right? Although it's only a fine-grade spiritual artifact. I'll use it to send you to your death. Tell your people from the Sora family not to be so arrogant in hell." Hearing this, Sora Takei's expression changed. He hurriedly shouted, "I want to admit," of course he wanted to admit defeat. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Even if it was embarrassing, he didn't want to die like this. After all, there might still be hope. If he died, there would be nothing left. However, Ling Xiao didn't give him this opportunity. Ling Xiao didn't allow him to say the word admit defeat at all. With a sweep of the saber in his hand, Sora Takei's body was directly cut in half. The terrifying saber chi instantly spread all over Sora Takei's body, destroying his internal organs and brain. I lost. At this time, Sora Takei said the last word. Oh, you want to admit defeat? Why didn't you say so earlier? Now, it's troublesome. I can't save a dead person. Seeing Sora Takei fall to the ground with his eyes wide open, Ling Xiao shrugged and looked very innocent. Was he killed just like that? The dignified genius of the Sora clan, who was protected by the Black Tortoise Temple, was killed by Ling Xiao in front of Xianming? Sora Takei didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Although everyone knew that people would die in this Battle of Kings, the audience really didn't expect to die so quickly. Bastard! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the audience. Then, a terrifying aura directly pounced on Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when this aura approached the stage, it was directly blocked by the barrier. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to kill him. Ling Xiao turned around and took a glance. That person was an expert of the Sora clan, a half-step rebirth realm expert. This made him feel a little ridiculous. So what if I killed him? I even killed Sora Takei. Is a mere Sora Takei worth being afraid of? Oh, right, Sora Takei was also killed yesterday. I really don't know what qualifications an idiot like you has to be arrogant. If you want to live, you better shut your mouth. Ling Xiao said contemptuously to that person. Then, he slowly walked back to his seat. The Sora Takei clan expert really shut his mouth. Moreover, his face was filled with intense fear. He knew that Sora Takei was killed, but he didn't know who did it. That was a rebirth realm expert. Now that he heard Ling Xiao's words, he suddenly understood. It must be that expert by Ling Xiao's side, Demon Wine Sword, who did it. Chapter 1921. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. It was as if he had been stabbed by the sword of death all over his body, and he shuddered. He was really afraid that the liquor demon sword would kill him as well. After all, it was a terrifying existence that could even kill Atoinu. His body was trembling constantly, and he was about to collapse. Fortunately, Lawless's voice saved him. Ling Xiao wins the first battle. Let's begin the second battle. Cold Plum, choose your opponent. Lawless's voice was somewhat majestic, which temporarily dispelled the fear in the heart of the Atoi family expert. But at this time, he no longer dared to look at Ling Xiao, nor did he dare to speak. Lung Mei stepped onto the arena and pointed with her finger. I'll choose him. Sorry, Long Chun, I want to solve a problem for my master first. The person she was pointing at was none other than the fifth son of the Zhenyi school. This person had targeted Ling Xiao more than once or twice. He could be considered the best friend of the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong originally. Long Chun said that he wanted to kill this guy, but now Cold Plum took the lead and chose the fifth son. First, she wanted to hone her combat skills, and second, she wanted to cut off the henchman of the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. I'll let you have him. Long Chun said indifferently. When the people of the Zhenyi school saw this scene, they couldn't help but have a toothache. What did this mean? Did these two guys look down on the fifth son of the Zhenyi school? How could they fight to kill him? Since you dare to challenge me, I'll let you know what pain is. Naturally, the fifth son was not afraid of Cold Plum. He directly rose from his seat and landed on the arena. When he arrived at the arena, he wanted to say a few more words, but he found that Cold Plum's figure had suddenly disappeared. Black Feather, Shadow Stab. When the fifth son noticed Cold Plum again, Cold Plum was already near him. Frightened, he hurriedly waved the weapon in his hand to block. However, Cold Plum's expression was cold. She went around him, allowing the other party's weapon to hit her. Then, she stabbed the dagger in her hand into Diwuzi's neck. No, Diwu did not expect that Cold Plum would dare to take his attack head-on. It was only when his attack touched Cold Plum's body that he realized that Cold Plum's body was protected by the colored glaze treasure light. So the colored glaze armor is on her. How is this possible? Was that Ling Xiao's own defense? For a moment, everyone was shocked. This included the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple, Xian Ming. Good lad. Although I don't know what martial arts you've cultivated, your defense is really good. However, in my opinion, it's still not worth mentioning. Xian Ming had a complicated smile on his face. On the one hand, he felt that Ling Xiao was worth cultivating. He could become an outstanding genius of his Huta sect. Even in the Xuanwu continent, he could compete with other young geniuses. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's character made him very unhappy. This guy was not only stubborn, but also stubborn. He would not give face to anyone. This kind of person was not easy to control. Go in peace. Cold Plum twisted the dagger, and then moved sideways. In an instant, the dignified fifth son, one of the 7 strongest geniuses of the Zhenyi school, had his head cut off easily by Long Mei. He did not even have a chance to fight back from beginning to end. She shamelessly sneak attacked. Someone among the disciples of the Zhenyi school shouted, "It's ridiculous. The referee said before that as long as you step into the arena, the battle has already begun." The fifth son did not know how to defend himself. It can only be said that he was stupid. Blame others for sneak attacking? Ling Xiao's voice sounded, not giving these people any face. "Judge, don't you agree?" "All right, the second battle, Cold Plum wins." It was not good for Lawless to attack the Zhenyi school again, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. The fifth son was clearly too careless. He thought that Cold Plum was not even as good as Ling Xiao, so he was not prepared to fight at all. As a result, he was attacked and died tragically. He deserved to die. So far, 2 people had died in 2 battles. To be honest, this situation surprised many people. Ling Xiao was seriously injured, but he could still easily kill Sora Jingfei. Cold Plum was thought to have gotten second place in the treasure hunting battle by luck, but she also easily killed the fifth son that the Zhenyi school had high hopes for. These 2 people might not be as weak as they thought. In the third battle, Feng Fei chose Zhu Xiaocong. She wanted to use him to vent her anger. After all, Ling Xiao had killed people from the Zhenyi school. Naturally, she had to do something, but Zhu Xiaocong wisely chose to give up. He wasn't stupid and wouldn't do anything pointless. In fact, it wasn't just him. Of all the people here, there were probably only a few who could match Feng Fei without losing. In the fourth battle, Tianhai Tyranny chose MOU. This was clearly aimed at Ling Xiao as well. MOU naturally gave up as well. If it was any other opponent, he could still try, but there was no shame in giving up against Tianhai Tyranny. What a coward. The White Tiger Gathering doesn't need such cowards. Have them get the hell out of 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, right? Tianhai Tyranny's personality was different from Feng Fei's. MOU's abandonment made him very unhappy, so he spoke directly to Lawless. That's right, this kind of good-for-nothing should be kicked out. Many people below the stage began to shout as well. Lawless didn't speak, but Qianming waved a hand. His Highness Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire is right. The White Tiger Gathering doesn't need cowards. Those who give up without even fighting shouldn't stay. Your Excellency sect head's words are incorrect. Ling Xiao stood up and said in a clear voice. His voice was resounding and carried with it a terrifying domineering aura. This wasn't just because of his sky tyrant martial soul, but because he was the celestial emperor of the Dragon Emperor Empire. Impudent! You dare question the sect head's judgment? Lawless roared. So what if I do? Can I question him if he's wrong? Speak. Xian Ming stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. He wanted this Ling Xiao dead more and more. If not for the fear of breaking the vases, he would have attacked him right now. Your Excellency's sect head says cowards shouldn't stay here. Then do you mean to say that idiots should stay? Ling Xiao said coldly. Seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, knowing one's limits, is the key to a martial artist's survival. Facing an opponent you have no chance of beating, you still want to challenge them. That's not courage, that's stupidity. Zhu Xiaocong and Mo stood out from the blood purgatory battles and the treasure hunt. After experiencing life and death, they became one of the 66 remaining. If they are all cowards, who dares to say they have courage? You know this, but you still did something stupid, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot? I don't think so. When I, Ling Xiao, do something, if I don't have some confidence, I won't take the risk. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. I'm not dead now, not because they pity me, but because they have no other choice." Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chapter 1922. Enough. This old man won't argue with you. Since they want to stay, then stay. The battle will continue. Xian Ming thought to himself, stay and die with you. Lei Lai, the fifth to fight, was a cautious man. Although he had the right to choose his opponent, he didn't choose anyone too strong. Even if they were slightly stronger, he avoided them. He directly chose the 64th ranked opponent. That guy had a bitter expression on his face as he gave up. In the 6th round, Sun Lingchan chose a contestant from the Zhengyi school. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was helping Ling Xiao vent his hatred. Feng Fei eliminated the Celestial Empire's people, so she helped Ling Xiao eliminate the Zhengyi school's people. In the 7th round, Long Chen stepped onto the stage. He still chose a Zhengyi school martial artist. It was obvious that the Celestial Empire and the Zhengyi school were going all out in today's challenge. There was nothing much to say about the following challenges. The top geniuses all won easily. If they could choose someone with a weaker cultivation base, they chose those with weaker cultivation bases. This was not only because they didn't want to waste their energy, but more importantly because they didn't want to expose their trump cards. When they met weak opponents, they would either choose to give up or be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. Their true competitors couldn't see through their strength at all, which preserved their advantage in the following battles. Ling Xiao was more concerned about the Crown Prince Consort. 100-eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, Lei Mang, and Lei Tun. They all defeated their opponents easily. These people had grudges against Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to choose an opponent, he would naturally choose from them. It was normal to pay attention to their battles. Although these people defeated their opponents in 1 or 2 moves, he could still find some clues. Lei Mang and Lei Tun hadn't made much progress. It was obvious that the white tiger meat wasn't of much help to them. Especially in the first 2 battles, they didn't gain much benefit. In contrast, 100-eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, and the Crown Prince Consort had made great progress. They were already considered first-rate existences. If he had to choose an opponent from these people, he would have to choose either Lei Tun or Lei Mang first. As the competition continued, another Zhengyi school martial artist stepped onto the stage. This person's ranking in the Zhengyi school was relatively high. He was considered the 10th genius of the Zhengyi school. The opponent he chose was still the Celestial Dynasty Empire's martial artist, Dan Feng. Of course, he could choose Feng Minglian and Ji Luiyu, the 2 weaker ones. However, as one of the top 10 martial artists in the Zhengyi school, he had some dignity that was not worth much. He felt that he would be laughed at by others. Moreover, he also felt that if he chose Dan Feng, he could still defeat Dan Feng. However, If an opponent was chosen after the 10th place, the opponent could reject the challenge. Unless there was a difference of more than 20 places, the opponent had to accept the challenge. According to the rules, if Dan Feng avoided the battle, then there was nothing he could do. But Dan Feng didn't refuse. Within the Celestial Empire, apart from Ling Xiao, Dan Feng felt that his actual combat ability was the strongest. He was even ranked ahead of Long Chun and Cold Plum. Even though his cultivation wasn't too high, he had experienced too many battles, so it was normal for him to win against someone stronger than him. Moreover, after the first 2 battles, he had perfectly inherited the legacy of the traitorous immortal. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but his overall combat strength had skyrocketed. His cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's to begin with. Although this advantage was getting smaller and smaller, he could still maintain it for the time being. This was the only area where he could compare to Ling Xiao. Dan Feng also had the heart of a strong man and a genius. He wanted to prove that he was also a mainstay of the Celestial Dynasty Empire, not just a spectator. You actually dare to come up. The 10th genius of the Zhengyi school was clearly surprised. When the Zhengyi school's martial artists challenged the Celestial Dynasty Empire's people before, the other party had directly forfeited. Why did it change when it came to him? Are you looking down on me? Although I'm only ranked 10th, I'm not necessarily weaker than the 7 sons. The person looked at Dan Feng and spoke coldly. So what? Even if it was Feng Fei, I wouldn't refuse to fight, much less you. Dan Feng said, lightly. This was his personality. Don't forget that he used to be an existence that suppressed Phoenix Cry Qishan in the Divine Phoenix continent. He was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix rankings and had even gone to the White Tiger continent many times to gain experience. Although Ling Xiao's rise had overshadowed his brilliance, no one dared to look down on him. You really don't make a draft for boasting. I'd better advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I won't give you any chance to admit defeat. The 10th genius of the Zhengyi school also had the glory of being a disciple of the Zhengyi school. He looked at Dan Feng, hoping that he would admit defeat. This would not only reflect his powerful majesty and domineering aura, but also reduce some of his consumption. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. If it was only consumption, then it was fine. He was most afraid of being injured. That might affect the next battle. According to the rules of the Battle of Kings, each round of advancement could lead to better rewards. This 10th genius naturally wanted to win without a fight because the further he went, the stronger his opponents would be. He had to maintain his full strength. Want to kill me? Dan Feng smiled contemptuously. Originally, I only wanted to defeat you, but if you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Dan Feng looked calm and collected on the surface, he was absolutely a decisive person who would kill. If his opponent didn't kill him, he wouldn't be ruthless. But if his opponent wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful. You're simply stubborn. The 10th genius of the Zhengyi school didn't intend to persuade Dan Feng anymore. He wanted to kill him in the shortest time and with the least consumption. Dan Feng smiled coldly and took the lead to take a step forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up, and the whole ring made a whistling sound. At that moment, everyone was stunned. This guy is not simple. Feng Fei narrowed his eyes. Although his cultivation is not as good as 10th junior brother, his use of power is too powerful. For a long time, the efficiency of a martial artist's internal energy conversion into attack and defense could not exceed 70%. A large amount of internal energy would be consumed in the conversion process. Most martial artists' internal energy conversion efficiency was less than 50%. Skilled geniuses could reach 50% to 60%. Very few martial artists could reach 70%, but it was impossible to go any higher. 10th junior brother's internal energy conversion efficiency was about 55%, but this Dan Feng's conversion efficiency reached 70%. Purely from the use of internal energy, this person is an unparalleled genius. Although Dan Feng was an enemy, Feng Fei had to admit that the man's innate talent in a certain aspect was terrifying. It was no wonder that this person had always occupied first place on the Dragon Phoenix rankings. Moreover, he hadn't been killed when he traveled alone on the White Tiger continent. Chapter 1923. Miss Feng Fei deserves to be called the #1 genius of the White Tiger continent. Your eyesight is truly formidable. Possessing power and using power were two different things in and of itself. Possessing is the foundation, while using is a higher stage. Dan Feng smiled slightly as his weapon appeared in his hand. A horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk looked soft and harmless, but no one dared to look down on it at this moment, because yin and yang energy was constantly being released from the whisk, creating a special atmosphere. At the same time, a tornado rose up behind Dan Feng. It was his martial soul, wind martial soul, one of the nature attribute martial souls. Others used their martial souls to fight, but Dan Feng used his martial soul to create momentum. Momentum was a very mysterious thing. If a martial artist could borrow the momentum of heaven and earth, then their attacks would be incomparably powerful. Most martial artists knew how to borrow momentum, but heaven and earth had its own laws. How could it be so easy to borrow momentum? Thus, Dan Feng took a different approach. He didn't borrow momentum, but created momentum. The entire arena had become the home of the wind. In this environment, the power of all of Dan Feng's attacks would increase greatly. Moreover, it would be accompanied by the force of the wind, giving his opponent a great sense of oppression. Boom! A terrifying aura flew out from the horsetail whisk and flew towards the 10th genius of the Genie sect. It was as if a gale between heaven and earth had enveloped him. It made the 10th heaven feel like he was going against nature. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Humans could be defeated, but could heaven and earth really be defeated? If you wanted to conquer the heavens, your cultivation had to reach the level of the 7 rulers. Obviously, the 10th genius couldn't do that. Therefore, his aura instantly weakened by a lot. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Feng and couldn't help but nod silently. Actually, he'd used the technique of creating momentum in the process of using his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The boundless universe enveloped the entire arena, instilling fear in his enemies and weakening their fighting spirit. However, that was a supporting effect, while Dan Feng had turned it into his main fighting style. If a martial artist set his mind on a direction, then he would become very terrifying. Dan Feng was the best example. This Dan Feng was really stronger than before. He could totally become Ling Xiao's right-hand man and help him share his burdens and solve his problems. Sigh, another genius. Xian Ming sighed, helplessly. Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Dan Feng, any one of them is as talented as the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. But why are they so loyal to Ling Xiao? Even the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple could not figure it out. It turns out that the overbearing and confident Xian Ming has times when he sighs. I have seen it for myself. All of a sudden, Xian Ming heard a voice in his head. Who? Xian Ming was startled. This was because the person who was able to project their voice directly into his mind was definitely not any weaker than him. In his impression, there were not many people like this in the entire White Tiger continent. What? You can't recognize my voice already? That person didn't answer directly, and instead asked with a smile, "Nine heavens do." Xian Ming was stunned for a moment and then transmitted his voice through his soul. "Hee hee, looks like you haven't forgotten me. Back then, when the Black Tortoise Temple was messing around in the extreme lightning place, we didn't do anything. It wasn't because we were afraid of you, but because the palace master was cultivating in seclusion and didn't want to be disturbed. Now that the palace master has come out of seclusion, the good days of the Black Tortoise Temple are over." Nine Heavens Dew's voice was very pleasant. Judging from the voice, it was clearly a young woman. Xian Ming looked into the distance and realized that there was a woman in a snow-white robe standing on a mountain in the distance. "Nine Heavens Palace, you finally showed up." Xian Ming sneered. The Black Tortoise Temple occupied the extreme lightning place, held the white tiger meet, and even supported the four great families. It seemed like they were recruiting talents, but their main purpose was to deal with the Nine Heavens Palace. The Nine Heavens Palace was somewhere in the extreme lightning place. When the human king retreated, he left the Nine Heavens deities to guard this place. Although the Nine Heavens deities weren't one of the top 12 human deities, they were still human deities. They had been here for generations and created the powerful Nine Heavens Palace. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the White Tiger continent was in turmoil. In order to quell the rebellion, the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace was seriously injured and had to go into seclusion to cultivate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Deep Earth sect of the Black Tortoise continent established the Black Tortoise Temple and entered the extreme lightning place. They openly replaced the Nine Heavens Palace and became the top force of the White Tiger continent. Everyone thought that the Nine Heavens Palace had fallen. Who would have thought that the Nine Heavens Dew would suddenly appear? Did this mean that the Nine Heavens Palace would once again rule the White Tiger continent? No one knew. Xian Ming didn't know either, but he believed that the Black Tortoise Temple had made all the preparations. Even if the Nine Heavens Palace reappeared, they wouldn't be afraid. If the Nine Heavens Palace was so powerful, they would have made their move long ago. They wouldn't have let the Nine Heavens deities, who often harassed the Black Tortoise Temple, make trouble. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from the arena. The 10th genius of the Zhengyi school was swept out of the arena by Dan Feng's gust of wind without any resistance. He was torn to pieces in the sky. Now, another person was killed, and the one who died was the 10th genius of the Zhengyi school. The one who attacked was an unknown person from the Celestial Empire. Most of the people cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Dan Feng. These are probably the mainstays of the Celestial Empire. The four of them should be on par with the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. You're exaggerating. They're only second-tier geniuses. Compared to Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Jun Maching, and Jun Macho, they're okay. Compared to the 13 top geniuses, stop bragging. There was a fierce debate in the crowd. However, this didn't affect the judge's announcement of the winner. This battle, Dan Feng wins. After Dan Feng won, he turned and returned to Ling Xiao's side. Brother Dan Feng, you're really not a good friend. You're so strong, but you didn't tell me earlier. You made me worry. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Brother Ling, don't laugh at me. You still don't know what I'm capable of. However, it's true that my strength has become stronger. This is all thanks to Brother Ling's help in obtaining the inheritance of the traitorous immortal. Dan Feng smiled bitterly. You don't seem to have used the inheritance of the traitorous immortal, right? Ling Xiao's eyesight was better than almost everyone present. In terms of eyesight, even Xian Ming was not as good as him. As expected, I can't hide anything from Brother Ling. It's just the first battle. There's no need to use it. I'll try to get into the top 10. If not, I'll enter the top 15. I won't let you work for nothing, Dan Feng said confidently. I hope that the four of us can join hands and enter the top 10. In this way, let's see who dares to look down on the talents of our celestial empire. Ling Xiao held his breath in his heart. He was looked down upon and called ants and trash. He was waiting for this day to be completely exalted. Chapter 1924. For Ling Xiao, the battle that followed could be considered a mixed blessing. Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian were eliminated. Lu Lian, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu successfully advanced. In the end, there were 4 people from the Celestial Empire who advanced to the second round. They were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Dan Feng. Blue Snow and Lu Lian belonged to the Tianhai Empire. Hong Yu belonged to the Zhengyi school. However, they had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. In the first round, 33 people were eliminated. Only half of the 66 people were left. All 13 top geniuses advanced. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Jun Maching, Jun Macho, and the other second-tier experts also successfully advanced. Basically, the dark horses were concentrated in the Celestial Empire. However, in the second round, apart from the top geniuses, there were only second-tier geniuses. All of them were truly tough battles. No one knew who would continue to stand in the arena in the third round. Although the eliminated cultivators had regretful expressions on their faces, they did not die. Compared to those who were killed in the arena, they were much better off. Moreover, after experiencing a battle, they had also gained quite a lot. At the very least, they recognized their own strength. After all, the 155 people who participated this time were all called geniuses in their respective factions. When geniuses met geniuses, who would be better? This was the true meaning of the white tiger meet. As for those who had advanced to the next round, they all had joyful expressions on their faces. As long as they did not die, they would be rewarded by the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple's reward would definitely not be ordinary. They were looking forward to it. Perhaps with this reward, they could be reborn and become even stronger. Such a thing had also happened in the past White Tiger Storm conclave. Some people even had the opportunity to participate in the revival competition because of their cultivation breakthrough and their strength increase. Although there was no revival competition this time, man proposes, God disposes. If such a thing really happened, the revival competition would definitely be put on the agenda. The first round of battles is over. You have 2 hours to rest. Take the time to recover your strength and heal your injuries. The injured and exhausted martial artists were not willing to waste time, so they immediately sat down and began to rest. After all, not everyone had an easy victory. Many warriors had expended a lot of energy in the first round of battle. Of course, there were also some people who didn't consume much energy at all. In order to determine their next opponent, they needed to discuss with the people they trusted the most. After entering the second round of the Battle of the Kings, the top 10 still had the right to challenge opponents at will. Of course, he couldn't pick the top 10 warriors either. This rule was naturally to prevent powerhouses from bumping into each other too early. It could be considered a more reasonable measure of avoidance. It was also the reward for the second battle. Ling Xiao didn't say anything during the rest time. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged and heal himself. It seemed like he had not fully recovered after being injured by Xian Ming yesterday. This scene was also witnessed by many observant people. Although Ling Xiao had killed Sora Atuifei, Sora Atuifei was too weak to prove anything. Those who were stronger than Sora Atuifei still thought that Ling Xiao was an easy opponent to defeat. Of course, this was only relative. Among the top 10, he was the only one who was seriously injured. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be only slightly higher than Long Chen's and lower than the others. However, Long Chen was a descendant of the dragon tribe, so he definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. 2 hours passed quickly, but Ling Xiao still didn't open his eyes. There were still people who wanted to talk nonsense anyway, so he just listened. There was no need for him to move. Lawless said slowly, "There are already 33 people in the second round of battle, so one of them can choose to pass. The top 10 have the right to choose this slot, starting from the first place. If the top 10 don't choose to pass, the slot will be randomly selected by the rest of the people. Whoever is lucky will get it. Also, I have to remind you that if you choose to pass, you will lose the reward for the second round of battle. Every victory in the Battle of the Kings had a reward, which could be stacked with the advancement reward. The reward for victory was usually spirit stones, elixirs, secret cultivation techniques, and the like. The advancement reward might very well be something more valuable, such as an inherited memory. Therefore, according to Ling Xiao's estimation, the top 10 wouldn't choose to pass, as it wasn't necessary. The slot might end up in the hands of the people behind them. Listen up. Out of the 33 people, 17 will enter the next round, and in the next round, there will be 9 people left. Of course, one of them will pass. This is the key point. At this time, we will have a revival match. Whoever defeats the person who passes will have the right to advance to the last round and become one of the top 10 strongest people of the White Tiger meet. There really is a revival match? This is a great opportunity. A lot of the eliminated martial artists couldn't help but feel energized again. Many of them felt that it wasn't because they were too weak, but because they had encountered 2 strong opponents. If there was such a revival match, it would be a bridge for them to cross from failure to success. No matter how many people fought for it, they wouldn't give up. All right, that's all for the rules. Now, let's start from the first place. Who wants to pass? Lawless looked at the contestants and said, "I give up." Ling Xiao gave up without a second thought. Although he was injured, there was no need for him to pass. "I give up too." Cold Plum also said. Then, as Ling Xiao had said, the top 10 all gave up on passing. So, they changed it to drawing lots. The one who drew the bye was Hong Yu of the Genie School. The little girl curled her lips as if she still wanted to fight. She was really unhappy that she had drawn the bye. After all, her cultivation was not weak. She was even stronger than Ling Xiao. It was just that her actual combat ability was poor, so she hoped to have more actual combat experience. After the bye was drawn, the next step was naturally the official duel. Out of the 32 people, 16 of them would be directly eliminated. This was a very thrilling and exciting thing. This was because there were 13 top geniuses among the 32 people. For many people, there were only 3 slots for them to compete for. So far, no one in the audience thought that any of the 13 top geniuses would be eliminated. After all, these 13 people were too strong. Ling Xiao, choose your opponent. As long as it's out of the top 10, you can choose anyone. Lawless looked at Ling Xiao. He really wanted to know who would be unlucky enough to be chosen by Ling Xiao, the madman. In Lawless's mind, except for the 13 top geniuses, no one could be Ling Xiao's opponent. Being chosen by him meant being eliminated. It was that cruel. Not only him, but the others were also paying attention to Ling Xiao. Chapter 1925. If Ling Xiao wanted to advance to the next level easily, he would undoubtedly have to choose those who were weaker. For example, Jun Macho, Blue Snow, Dan Feng, Lu Lian, Long Chen, Jun Maching, Mu Wanshuang, and Sun Lingchan. Of course, the ones he should avoid the most were the 13 top geniuses. Who would he choose? Everyone was looking forward to it. I'll choose him. Everyone felt that this would be a difficult choice for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's choice was very quick and very simple. Almost without any hesitation, he pointed at one of them. Who did he choose? Some of the audience couldn't see the situation on the crystal screen because they were sitting far away. Moreover, the camera seemed to be surprised by Ling Xiao's choice and didn't capture that person in time. What are you still standing there for? I said I chose you. Could it be that the second disciple of Geni's school, hundred-eyed demon, Lord Wulong, doesn't dare to accept my challenge? This time, Ling Xiao not only pointed out, but said it out loud. Everyone heard him clearly. He chose hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. He was one of the 13 top geniuses, and a very strong one at that. Was this guy crazy? There were so many weaklings to choose from, but he chose such a strong opponent. How would they know that Ling Xiao had his reasons for choosing the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong? There wouldn't be many more battles left. He wanted to destroy his enemy in the arena fair and square. Killing Sora Atoifei in the first round was just the beginning. The second round was the main course. This hundred-eyed demon, Lord Wulong, had caused trouble for him multiple times. If he didn't kill him, who would he kill? Moreover, they'd fought twice in the blood purgatory battles. Ling Xiao was more familiar with Wulong than the little guy, Crown Prince Consort, Tianhai Tyranny, and Feng Fei. He was even more familiar than Lightning Python and Lightning Devour. His choice seemed to be unintentional, but it was actually the result of careful consideration. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't see any problems with this choice, but the others saw it as a big problem. This was a crazy choice. Even the top-ranked Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai wouldn't choose such a strong opponent in this round. He's crazy. Even if he can advance, he'll definitely be riddled with injuries. He'll definitely be finished in the next round. I don't think so. Isn't there a free pass in the next round? He has the right to choose first. That's too short of a time. Fighting against an opponent like the hundred-eyed demon lord, Wulong, would consume a lot of energy. It's impossible for him to recover in such a short time. Everyone below the stage was discussing animatedly. Of course, most people thought that Ling Xiao was being silly. A single misstep could lead to a series of missteps. In the end, everything would fall apart. Ha ha, ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. I have been waiting for this battle for far too long. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to fight with you, but I didn't expect you to choose me. After confirming that Ling Xiao had chosen him, the hundred-eyed demon, Lord Wulong, was indescribably excited. This was true excitement. As he didn't perform well in the treasure hunt, his ranking was outside the top 10. This directly meant that he didn't have the right to choose his opponent. If Ling Xiao deliberately avoided him, then he might not meet Ling Xiao until the end. That would be too boring. He was still thinking about how to change the situation and give him a chance to fight with Ling Xiao. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to give him this opportunity of his own accord. Was he stupid or overconfident? None of these were important. What was important was that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. At the same time, he wanted to return all the humiliation he suffered in the purgatory blood battle. Ling Xiao was very strong, but he wasn't weak either. In fact, in his opinion, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. The two great experts stood in the arena. Neither of them was in a hurry to make a move. Ling Xiao was a cautious person. In addition, his opponent was very strong. He had to plan carefully before making a move. Meanwhile, hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong had to be careful because he had lost to Ling Xiao twice in a row in the purgatory blood battle. Otherwise, he might end up as a sailboat in the gutter. To tell the truth, he still couldn't see through Ling Xiao completely. This guy looked weak, but his actual fighting strength was extremely strong. He didn't quite understand this. But that was one thing. He wasn't afraid. A powerful battle intent was released. Not only was it a pressure on Ling Xiao, but it was also a demonstration of his confidence and strength. Even if his opponent was Ling Xiao or Tianhai Tyranny or Feng Fei, he wouldn't fear a fight. Now that he was facing Ling Xiao, there was no need to talk about his confidence. I chose you because you're weaker than the others, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't think you can use these psychological tactics to sway me. I, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong, have nothing but self-confidence. I can tell you clearly that no matter how strong you are, your choice this time was extremely stupid and wrong, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong said coldly. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong said coldly, "This choice will cost you your life. Now, you can say goodbye to your scoundrel friends." I haven't lived long enough yet, Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Xiao, always plan before acting. I've always thought thrice before acting. Since I chose you, it's because I can defeat you. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that you're stronger than I imagined, so what? Ling Xiao, will never regret my choices. Even if the path to hell is full of thorns, I'll walk it with my head held high until I flatten hell. You can kill me, but you can't make me regret it. Come, let's not waste words. Let's fight. Fine, then I'll fulfill your wish. Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Longhuan's eyes widened like an angry leopard. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a huge shadow of a centipede appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. The centipede's body was densely packed with eyes. Many people with trypophobia couldn't help but close their eyes. They really couldn't watch anymore. After the martial soul was released, an even more powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao like a rolling wave. At the referee's table, the vice-sect master of Zhenyi schools stroked his beard and couldn't help but nod, secretly. How could the second son of Zhenyi school be easy to deal with? That Ling Xiao would definitely make a mistake that would cause everlasting regret. Lord Sect Master, if Wulong kills him, it should be fine, right? He suddenly looked at Xianming and asked, if he has the strength, then use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone to climb up. There's no problem. Xianming would hold back, but if Wulong killed Ling Xiao, those people in the Heavenly Empire couldn't blame him. They could only blame Ling Xiao for being too arrogant and choosing an opponent that was impossible to defeat. He also thought highly of Ling Xiao's talent, but in terms of current strength, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong was still stronger than Ling Xiao. Chapter 1926. Xianming refused to believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong unless something unexpected happened. You're all too confident. Suddenly, Nine Heavens Du's voice rang out in Xianming's mind. What does that have to do with you? Xianming frowned. Hatred has really blinded your eyes. You don't even have the most basic judgment. If you had calmed down, you would have discovered that the little fellow called Ling Xiao had the aura of a human monarch. Although we can't be sure if he's the successor, it shouldn't be hard to defeat that Wulong Nine Heavens Du's words were steady and wise, unlike Xianming's hatred and anger. You haven't appeared in a long time. You probably don't know that Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong is one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger Continent. Ling Xiao is nothing. Xianming retorted. Nine Heavens Du smiled and didn't say anything else. Since Xianming didn't believe her, then let the truth speak for itself. Just like Nine Heavens Du, no one in the Heavenly Dynasty doubted Ling Xiao's abilities. They firmly believed that Ling Xiao could win. Unless there was a special reason, Ling Xiao wouldn't engage in meaningless challenges. This person was domineering and brave, but also smart and farsighted. He knew when to give up and wouldn't blindly charge forward. What do you think, Feng Fei? Tianhai Tyranny suddenly turned to ask. Ling Xiao will lose. Feng Fei said mildly. You don't understand Wu Long. For today's battle, he cultivated day and night. He even went to dangerous places to cultivate. He didn't get to where he was today only because of his talent, but also because of his hard work. I've always believed that hard work will pay off. That Ling Xiao was clearly confused by the blood purgatory battles and thought he could defeat Wu Long. She had looked down on Ling Xiao from the start. Feng Yinshan had once told her that Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with. She had never cared. In her eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't even worth mentioning. Die. In the arena, the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long could not help but make a move. He roared, and the demonic eye on his back released hundreds of beams of light that shot toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, he gathered all the strength in his body and formed a palm with both hands, slapping towards Ling Xiao. The palm shadows transformed into tens of thousands of palm shadows in the sky. It was obviously Sir God Qianzu's inheritance martial skill. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were about to be torn apart by this terrifying palm wind. The entire arena began to tremble. As expected, the real 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long was much stronger than the one in the Purgatory Blood War. He was indeed worthy of being the second son of the Jingyi school and one of the 13 top geniuses. The crowd couldn't help but cheer and shout. There were even people who were cheering for the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long. Most people looked down on Ling Xiao. After all, this was the White Tiger continent, and the 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long was the pinnacle genius of the White Tiger continent. How could they allow a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent to behave atrociously here? However, Ling Xiao remained calm in the face of the white-eyed demon dragon's overbearing attacks. His gaze was as calm as the surface of the water. He just stood there. Above his body, black gas began to spiral and rise, enveloping his body. That aura was still so overbearing, so arrogant, and so evil. At that moment, it was as if the entire arena was enveloped by this evil aura. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. His Majesty is indeed a peerless genius. With just one look, he learned how to create momentum. I can't compare with him. That's right. Ling Xiao was creating momentum. He wanted to turn this arena into the home ground of the devil. As if a terrifying devil was born in the arena, Ling Xiao's body suddenly became much bigger. Then his cold gaze stared at the palm shadows of the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long. This guy is so evil. What kind of martial skill did he cultivate? The audience shuddered. Just by seeing the terrifying devil appear in the arena, their hearts began to twitch. It's this devil who killed Aoi Yugo and massacred the Xianfeng temple. In the crowd, Xianyi fiercely clenched his fists. He finally knew who his enemy was, although he had fought with Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation before. Because Ling Xiao couldn't see the real face of the incarnation, he couldn't be sure who his enemy was. But at this moment, he finally understood. Kill that devil. The entire arena burst into cheers. Almost 90% of the audience released endless hostility towards Ling Xiao. They definitely wouldn't allow a devil to tarnish the sacred arena. However, Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile. You want me to die, but I won't. You'll be disappointed. Boom. The terrifying heavenly demon claw directly clawed out. Then, the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long's palm shadows that filled the sky were instantly shattered, inch by inch. Not a single palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao looked down at the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long. His cold voice came out from the devil's mouth. Looks like you haven't improved much since the Purgatory blood battle. What? Everyone exclaimed. Is this Ling Xiao's true strength? Even the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long can't stop him? Ling Xiao actually blocked the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long's full-force attack with just one move. How could this guy be so powerful? The hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long's face stiffened. His eyes were filled with intense confusion. From the cultivation level that Ling Xiao displayed, he was only at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be his match? Unless this guy was hiding his cultivation level. But just what level had his true cultivation reached? The hundred-eyed demon monarch started to panic. Because his attack didn't succeed, his confidence started to crack. Kill. The hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long refused to believe that this was real. He gathered the yin-yang original energy again, and the terrifying energy gathered on his fists. This time, there were no fist shadows. Only his fists with a ferocious force smashed towards Ling Xiao. Scram! The heavenly demon yelled coldly, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword danced, and the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long seemed to see his body being split apart by the sword. At that moment, he didn't approach Ling Xiao. Instead, he retreated to the edge of the arena. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Long indifferently and said disdainfully, "You keep saying that you want to kill me, but you don't even have the courage to approach me. Hundred-eyed demon monarch, Tui, I think you should just change your name to Hundred-eyed Bug. In front of me, don't ever call yourself a demon monarch. You're just an insignificant bug. You can only bow down and worship me." Ling Xiao was really good at catching the opponent's weakness, including the psychological weakness. At that moment, the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long's confidence was severely damaged. Facing Ling Xiao, he actually lost the courage to approach him. If that was the case, how could he possibly defeat Ling Xiao? Chapter 1927. Ling Xiao's sudden words caused the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long's mind to become even more chaotic. Ever since he joined the Jingyi school, he'd been hailed as a rare genius second only to Feng Fei. But even when facing Feng Fei, he'd never admitted defeat. He cultivated with all his might and worked hard, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He hoped that he could become an expert who could call the wind and summon the rain on the White Tiger continent. He could even head to the Xuanwu continent to continue his studies. Now he was one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. Moreover, he was the second disciple of the Jingyi school. Such glory made him feel like his dreams were about to come true. No one could stop him from moving forward. Even if it was Feng Fei, Tianhai tyrannical ambition, or Lei Lai, he'd still win. But now he was afraid of a trifling Ling Xiao. This was simply impossible, but it was the truth. Ling Xiao had transformed into a celestial demon and was looking down on him. He was actually trembling with fear before this celestial demon. He didn't dare to look straight at him. It wasn't because he was timid, but because he'd used nearly 90% of his strength in his 2 attacks. Still, he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. This made him feel discouraged and hopeless. It was as if the one standing before him wasn't Ling Xiao, but a god he could never defeat. An opponent he couldn't hurt made him feel powerless. What was the use of his cultivation? Wu Long, are you still a disciple of my Jingyi school? Trash. Suddenly, a clear voice reached Wu Long's ears. It was Feng Fei. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with powerful spiritual energy. In a flash, Wu Long woke up from his confusion. His chaotic emotions, which were on the verge of collapse, quickly returned to normal. "I almost fell for your trick." Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long raised his head to look at Ling Xiao, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. "I can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either. It's laughable that I lost all hope because of this." He seemed to suddenly understand and smiled confidently again. "I, Wu Long, and the second son of the Zhengyi school. In terms of fighting skills, I won't lose to you. Since I can't kill you in a short time, let's compete in endurance." After saying that, an even more terrifying aura was released from his body. Behind him, another illusory figure appeared, the thousand-legged worm. Centipedes and thousand-legged worms looked very similar in appearance, but they were fundamentally different. One of them had 100 devil eyes. One was long and had countless tentacles. The two huge demonic bugs stared at Ling Zhao's heavenly devil incarnation. Wu Long's eyes were filled with merciless killing intent. "Kill!" He roared again, and the two demonic insects flew towards Ling Zhao from two different directions. Not only did the evil aura in the air not weaken the two demonic insects, they became even more ferocious. Royal Sky Force, Firmament Fist. A trace of mockery appeared in Ling Zhao's cold eyes. He then waved his hand, and a green light shot into the sky. A huge fist fell from the sky and blasted towards the two demonic insect phantoms. Crack! Roar! The terrifying fist smashed into the centipede's head and sent the thousand-legged worm flying. The thousand-legged worm let out a frightened cry and retreated behind the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Longling. Xiao remained standing in place with a smile on his face. He looked down at Wu Long and said, "You think Feng Fei's words can save you? You're just deceiving yourself and others. In front of me, you won't stand a chance. You'll be easily killed by me, just like in the Purgatory blood battle. This guy, he's too good at controlling the situation. And how did his strength increase to such a terrifying level? This doesn't make sense." Feng Fei's face finally showed signs of astonishment. He thought that the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long could completely crush Ling Zhao in this battle. Unexpectedly, the entire situation of the battle had been reversed. Ling Zhao was not only good at controlling his opponent's emotions and not letting go of any openings, but his own strength was frighteningly strong as well. He can't be at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm, Zui Linglong muttered to herself. After all, the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long was at the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he could challenge ordinary martial artists at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But against Ling Zhao, he had no advantage at all. This meant that Ling Zhao's cultivation couldn't be low either. They weren't the only ones surprised. The spectators were even more astonished. In their eyes, Ling Zhao was just a minor character who took advantage of loopholes. It was already amazing that he could enter the final battle of the kings, but now he was even suppressing the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long. How could his strength be so terrifying? Now it looked like Ling Zhao had won first place in the treasure-hunting battle by no coincidence or luck, but because he had the strength to back it up. This fellow was treating the White Tiger Continent's top geniuses like ants, toying with them in every possible way. This made the White Tiger Continent's cultivators indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. They had fought fair and square in the ring, and did not use any underhanded methods. Even if they had won fair and square. Damn it! Could it be that what he said was true? Was I just deceiving myself and others? Believing myself infallible? Am I really as useless as an ant in front of him? The hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, was once again in a state of chaos. Furthermore, he was in an even deeper state than before. Wu Long had confidently arrived at the 10,000 lightning extreme grounds. He'd entered the White Tiger meet as an expert. In the past, he'd looked down on Ling Zhao and couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. But now, faced with this person he looked down on, he'd sunk into a trough of chaos and was unable to extricate himself. He was in a complete mess. His confidence was completely shattered, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Even Feng Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Wu Long's mental fortitude is too weak. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, there was no way he'd lose. He might even have the advantage, but now that his mind's in chaos, he can't do anything. He's even forgotten his own trump card. How is he supposed to fight this battle? Afterwards, she looked towards the rest of the Zhenyi school. Remember, when you meet this Ling Xiao, you must first establish your confidence. No matter what, you mustn't lose your footing. His strength isn't as strong as you see it. You should learn from the fourth son, Jun Mo Qing. Although he lost miserably to Tianhai tyranny, he quickly recovered his self-confidence. That's the right thing to do. As you bid, senior sister. All of the Zhenyi school participants and non-participants nodded their heads in agreement. Feng Fei naturally wouldn't harm them. Humph, psychological tactics are just tricks for the weak. The strong don't need them at all. Tianhai tyranny gave a cold snort, disdaining everything Ling Xiao had done. Chapter 1928. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao, but he couldn't display his full strength. In front of Ling Xiao, he'd even lost the courage to fight. From the very beginning of the battle, Ling Xiao had been building momentum. Then, he used this momentum and his own strength to put pressure on the hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long. Of course, the most important factor was that Wu Long had lost to him twice in the blood purgatory battles and had almost been killed. Although Wu Long didn't admit defeat, a shadow had long formed in his heart. Why did Ling Xiao choose him as his opponent? It was because of this advantage. Under Ling Xiao's arrangements, the shadow that had been hidden in his heart had completely turned into an inner demon, causing the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long to completely fall into Ling Xiao's trap. Wu Long, look at your opponent. He's just a nobody from the Tianlong continent. Where's your pride? You're the pride of our Zhenyi school. Are you going to lose to a nobody like this? Even if our Zhenyi school's martial artists lose, we can't be so dispirited. Even if we die in battle, we have to die with a bang. Do you want all the martial artists in the world to treat you as a joke? The speaker was the vice sect leader of the Zhenyi school. Although Feng Fei had given up on saving Wu Long, he couldn't do so as the vice sect leader. As the saying went, the onlooker sees more clearly. As an expert, he could clearly see that Ling Xiao's current strength wasn't even as good as Wu Long's. Still, he had grasped Wu Long's mentality and led him into a bottomless abyss. Thus, he wanted to wake Wu Long up. Martial artists didn't fear a lack of strength, but a complete loss of confidence. This Ling Xiao was truly sinister. Perhaps he knew he wasn't as strong as Wu Long, so he used such despicable methods. Once he lost this battle, Wu Long wouldn't be willing to accept it either. This child had been especially arrogant back in the Zhenyi school. Besides Feng Fei, he refused to submit to anyone. Even when the other disciples called Feng Fei senior sister, he still called her junior sister. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long let out a hysterical roar. His voice pierced the skies and seemed to disperse the haze above him. The centipede and thousand-legged worms entered his body at the same time. He began to transform again. He didn't want to use such an ugly transformation, but now that he was facing Ling Xiao, he had to make a final gamble. Although he had already lost his confidence, if he staked everything he had, he might be able to win a chance of survival. Terrifying power continued to leak out from his body as if he was about to explode. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. All of his strength was poured into his fists, and he urged his ugly body to attack Ling Xiao. His fists struck Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Crack! Fei's form. Lord Wu Long's SS Fei. Fei. Finally, he'd broken through Ling Xiao's defenses. How could he not be excited? But in the next moment, An icy voice spoke by his ear, causing him to sink into oblivion. How pitiful! You spent so much effort and didn't even hesitate to release such an ugly transformation. I could only release my celestial devil transformation to satisfy your vanity. Otherwise, you'd have lost all hope. The second disciple of the Zhengyi school, the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent, you actually need my pity to gain a bit of self-confidence. How disappointing. What? The 100-eyed demon monarch, Wu Long, was completely subdued by his taunting words. He'd spared no expense to unleash his terrifying power, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao thought he was pitiful and withdrew his celestial devil transformation? How laughable and lamentable! He was one of the 13 top geniuses, yet he was so incompetent and pitiful before a mere Ling Xiao. Of course, Wu Long had no idea that the vice sect leader of the Zhengyi school was shouting at the top of his lungs outside this isolated battlefield. He wanted to wake him up. This Ling Xiao is really despicable. The disciples of the Zhengyi school roared angrily. Yes, it was clearly senior brother Wu Long who defeated his celestial devil transformation, but he actually said that he withdrew his own transformation and gave senior brother Wu Long a strong mental blow. The onlookers saw it the clearest. Only they knew that Wu Long's final attack had worked. But so what? Ling Xiao had used some unknown method to block the entire battlefield. The sounds and even the images outside couldn't be transmitted inside, so they couldn't warn Wu Long at all. Despicable. I admire this person very much. After his celestial devil transformation was destroyed, he could still maintain such a calm expression. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid senior brother Wu Long wouldn't have been deceived. Jun Ma Cho said indifferently. She had some friendship with Ling Xiao, but her words weren't on Ling Xiao's side. In a real battle, there was no such thing as despicable or not despicable. In fact, psychological tactics were part of the battle itself. Pathetic trash, you can't hurt me after all your hard work. And you actually said that you want to kill me? Forget it. Your attacks really make me feel bored. With this next attack, I'll let you bid farewell to this world completely. After saying that, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the 100-eyed demon lord's neck, revealing a sinister smile. How dare you? The deputy sect master of the Zhengyi school stood up and shouted, Idiot! Ling Xiao didn't even look at the deputy sect master. The rules were very clear. The opponent could either admit defeat or be killed. At this time, Wu Long had no way to admit defeat. His neck was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even breathe properly. How could he speak? What's more, Ling Xiao had blocked the sound of the outside world. Even if the 100-eyed demon lord wanted to admit defeat, his voice couldn't be heard. Boom! Terrifying flames were released from Ling Xiao's hand and then burned on the body of the 100-eyed demon lord. In just a few minutes, Wu Long was completely turned into ashes. Ling Xiao removed the barrier and then said in a clear voice, Those who want to kill me best remember that if you can't kill me, you will die. I, Ling Xiao, will keep my word. While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the crown princess, Xiao Badian, and Lei Mang. Next, one of these three people would become the target of his killing. I know that many people here want to kill me. Tianhai Tyranny, the crown princess, Xiao Badian, Lei Mang, and many others. You even plotted and assassinated me in the previous 2 battles. But I'm sorry, I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, and I'm living very well. You want to kill me, so I won't be merciful to you. Water God Temple. Just wait for your sect to be destroyed. State of White Horse. Just you wait for my revenge. As long as I'm alive, you must die. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, let's see who will live to the end. Chapter 1929. Ling Zhao's sudden outburst of cold words caused everyone who had a grudge against him to frown involuntarily. Actually, they had planned to kill Ling Xiao. Many people came to the extreme Thunder Grounds to assassinate Ling Xiao. However, they only planned to do it secretly and did not want to make a big deal out of it. However, Ling Zhao's words today had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Either you die or I live. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao had to kill them. It was very fair. Perhaps you won't even live to see the end of the white tiger meet. Tianhai Mingyue, the sect master of Water Spirit Hall, looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Even if you survive, I'll still kill you. You killed my daughter and my most valued disciple. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'm not human." "Ha, unless you attack now. Do you think you'll still be a match for me once the white tiger meet ends?" Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Mingyue with disdain and said, "The 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm is indeed very strong, but it's not impossible for me to defeat you." He was not being arrogant. He had the confidence to do so. Ling Xiao could now kill a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although it was not easy, he could already do it. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. He won first place in the treasure hunt and obtained the metal cube. According to Lawless, there should be something good inside. No matter what it was, it might help him continue to break through. As long as his cultivation broke through to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, it would be easier to defeat Tianhai Mingyue. Moreover, every time he advanced in the Battle of the Kings, he would be rewarded. He did not believe that with his talent, he would not be able to kill Tianhai Mingyue by the end of the white tiger meet. Tianhai Mingyue's expression changed slightly when she heard Ling Zhao's words. Although Ling Zhao's words were extremely arrogant, she had to admit that this kid really had the talent and ability. If she missed this opportunity, she might not have another chance. This kid's growth was too fast and too crazy. Every time, he would bring a pleasant surprise. "Do you think you can survive the white tiger storm meet?" A cold voice sounded. Ling Xiao glanced at him indifferently. If it wasn't Xiao Budian, who else could it be? Xiao Budian's hatred for Ling Xiao was somewhat abnormal. Apart from Ling Xiao ruining his plans in Black Wind Canyon, there should be other grudges. But Ling Xiao couldn't remember. He had never met this guy before. What kind of enmity could there be between them? However, the other party's desire to kill him was real. "His life is mine. Since it's either you die or I live, then you can only die." The crown princess also spoke. Although her cultivation might not be as strong as hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong, she was definitely not as stupid as him. A little psychological tactic could cause an emotional breakdown. It was simply stupid. Don't forget that there's still me. The White Tiger Empire's Lei Mang also roared, "You might have the upper hand in the myriad demon graveyard, but don't even think about beating me outside." After watching the battle just now, Lei Mang finally understood why he had lost to Ling Xiao in the myriad demon graveyard. It was because Ling Xiao had received the support of demonic energy from that strange spatial crack, while he couldn't display his full strength. This grudge naturally had to be resolved. The three of them spoke one after another, surprising the audience. What did Ling Xiao do to make 4 of the 13 top geniuses target him like this? Wulong was already dead. These 3 wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Wulong. The spectators could see that Ling Xiao wasn't necessarily stronger than Wulong. The only reason he could win was because of some despicable tricks. Such tricks could be used once, but they definitely wouldn't work a second time. Therefore, Ling Xiao was truly in danger this time. "Ha ha ha! Ling Xiao, did you hear that? You might not even live to see the end of the white tiger meet, so how can you fight me?" Tianhai, Mingyue couldn't help but laugh loudly. The others who had a grudge against Ling Xiao also rejoiced in his misfortune. After being targeted by Xiao Budian, the crown princess, and Lei Mang, Ling Xiao was doomed to die. The three of you, just wait. Even if you want to die, you have to come one by one. Don't worry, the choice is in my hands. I will choose the most suitable person to kill, just like Wulong. 13 top geniuses? What a joke. Your era of self-righteousness is over. How arrogant. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Ling Xiao would be afraid of their provocation, but Ling Xiao's reaction was completely different from what they had expected. Not only was he not afraid, but he also displayed a powerful fighting spirit, clearly saying that he would find an opportunity to finish off the three of them. Facing 3 of the 13 top geniuses, he was actually so confident and so domineering. It was truly incredible. Could it be that the White Tiger continent was really going to change? We'll wait. The crown princess, Xiao Budian, and Lei Mang naturally weren't afraid of battle, although the 100-eyed demon, Lord Wulong's death, had surprised them. Ling Xiao hadn't displayed too much fighting strength. It was truly hard for them to accept his victory. Moreover, the 3 of them all believed that they were stronger than Ling Xiao. All right, let's not delay the battle. Cold Plum, it's your turn to fight. Lawless really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's suicidal actions. If there really was danger, he wouldn't know whether to save him or not. What a headache. Cold Plum stood up, looked at Ling Xiao, and said, "Master, who should I choose?" Her goal in participating in the White Tiger meet was purely to get closer to Ling Xiao. As for anything else, she had never thought about it. Ever since she was saved by Ling Xiao, this girl felt that she could completely live for Ling Xiao for the rest of her life. Choose the person ranked 9th in the genie school. Ling Xiao said lightly. He was going to go all out against the genie school today. Who asked the people of the genie school to be enemies with the Heavenly Empire? Got it, Master. Cold Plum stepped into the arena and looked at the 9th genius of the genie school. She knew very well that Ling Xiao's choice was not only to deal with the genie school, but also to reduce the pressure on her and hone her combat skills. The enemy couldn't be too strong or too weak, so the 9th genius was the most suitable. Brother Ling, Sister Cold Plum will deal with the 9th brother. I'll kill the 8th brother later. Long Chen stood to the side and chuckled. Of course, he knew why Ling Xiao was so against the genie school. In addition to the 5th and 6th sons and the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao had been assassinated by the people of the genie school when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent. The genie school had also supported the Phoenix Cry Qishan to besiege and kill his brother Ling. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Then I'll deal with Jun Emoqing. Sun Lingchan also expressed her stance. Chapter 1930. Sun Lingchan's statement meant that she was on the same side as Ling Xiao. This was also a form of support for Ling Xiao. This was an attitude. At this time, the Zhengyi school members didn't look too good. Their Zhengyi school was high and mighty, but they were being targeted by a small country from the Dragon Phoenix continent. They tried to spread their doctrines to the Heavenly Empire, but were rejected. Originally, they wanted to send a few experts to the Heavenly Empire to intimidate them into submission. But today, the Heavenly Empire's martial artists gave them a show of strength first. Ha ha. Interesting. It looks like the later the battle will be more exciting. It's tit for tat, with no one giving way to the other. The smell of gunpowder created by the people on the stage excited the spectators. Many of them had come to watch the show. Although they were biased, the more exciting the battle was, the more their efforts would not be in vain. The Crown Prince Consort, Xiao Budian, and Lei Mang all said they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Feng Fei, Tianhai tyranny, and Lei Lai probably wouldn't let Ling Xiao go either. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. In the face of his opponent's provocation, he responded strongly. More interestingly, Ling Xiao's lineup wasn't weak at all. Ling Xiao, Sun Lingchan, Cold Plum, and Long Chen were the four biggest dark horses of this year's White Tiger meet. Who would make it to the end was really something to look forward to. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't force it. It didn't matter whether he killed the Genie school members or not. As long as he could defeat them and eliminate them, that was enough. He wanted to make the Genie school lose face. Come up. Cold Plum looked coldly at the ninth genius of the Genie school. But that person's expression was a little ugly. Cold Plum had already shown her strength before, so he didn't have much confidence. Don't worry. I'm not wearing the colored glass armor. There's no need to deal with you. Cold Plum had worn the colored glass armor in her first battle because her opponent was stronger. There was no need for him to fight against the ninth genius of the Genie school. This was because she couldn't always rely on the colored glaze armor to hone her battle skills. That was the most important thing. Really? The ninth genius was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise, "If I use the colored glaze armor, I will lose." Cold Plum said indifferently, "Fine. You asked for it. Don't blame me. I will avenge my fifth senior brother." The ninth genius immediately used his killer move. Because Cold Plum had killed his fifth son, he wanted to avenge his fifth son. "If you want to kill me, then don't blame me for killing you." Cold Plum's voice was cold and merciless. It was as if a cold air had been injected into the ninth genius's body. The next moment, Cold Plum suddenly disappeared. She was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Even the crystal screen could not capture her presence. Die! Just as the ninth son was searching for Lung Mei's figure in horror, a sharp dagger had already pierced through his back. What's going on? Martial artists with low cultivation and poor eyesight probably couldn't see what Cold Plum had done. Among the crowd, there were many such martial artists. This battle was baffling to them, and they were confused about what was going on. One moment, Cold Plum was still more than 10 meters away from the ninth genius. The next moment, Cold Plum's dagger had pierced her opponent's heart. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. One move, just one move. The pitiful ninth genius died, just like that. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know what had happened to him. It seems that Cold Plum's progress is a little beyond my expectations. This kind of opponent is still too weak. Below the stage, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He thought he could give Cold Plum a chance to hone her battle skills, but now it looked like her opponent wasn't strong at all. By now, only Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, Jun Maching, Jun Macho, Hong Yu, and the eighth genius from the Genie school were left. Next, the Genie school's nightmare would continue. Sun Lingchan said he would defeat Jun Maching. Long Chen said he would defeat the eighth genius. Through Cold Plum's battle, it was clear that these two weren't just empty words. They really did have the strength. Soon, the number of Genie school participants would dwindle. Feng Fei's expression was unsightly. She was the one who'd led the team for the White Tiger meet this time. Despite her strength and calculations, she'd still suffered such heavy losses. This was a huge mistake. Even if the sect didn't punish her, she couldn't forgive herself. The Zhengyi school members stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. They believed that the main culprit behind all this was Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, their Zhengyi school wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Ling Xiao had to die. Even the vice sect master of the Genie school, who was sitting in the referee's seat, thought so. Such a dangerous man couldn't be allowed to exist. Soon enough, the stage was cleaned up. The third match began. Feng Fei chose Lu Lian to fight because she was on Ling Zhao's side. Lu Lian chose to forfeit. In any case, she didn't have the confidence to fight Feng Fei, so she might as well give up. Once the fight started, it had hurt her confidence even more. Running into Feng Fei was her bad luck. I'm sorry, Lu Lian. It's all because of me that you can't advance to the next round. Ling Xiao comforted her when he saw her disappointed expression. How can I blame you, Big Brother Ling? It's my lack of skill. Moreover, since I chose to stand on your side, it's only to be expected that I'll be targeted. Lu Lian was very free and easy. No matter what, I won't let you suffer losses if you follow me like this. I'll refine all the precious ingredients I got from the myriad devil's graveyard into pills so that you can improve with me. In this world, there was no such thing as friendship or sacrifice for no reason. Others sacrificed for you because you could sacrifice for them. It was that simple. Many thanks. For the fourth match, Tianhai Tyranny chose Blue Snow. This guy really knew how to pick people. Blue Snow had a deep relationship with Ling Xiao and was clearly easier to deal with than Dan Feng. Under Ling Xiao's persuasion, Blue Snow chose to forfeit the match. Tianhai Tyranny advanced smoothly. For the fifth match, Lei Lai didn't choose Dan Feng, but the easiest opponent to deal with. This guy was very cautious. If he could use as little strength as possible, he wouldn't use any more. The result was obvious. His opponent was easily defeated. For the sixth match, Sun Lingchan chose Jun Emoqing as expected. Although she had no grudges with him, he was a member of the Zhenyi school. Naturally, she had to help Ling Xiao deal with him. Jun Emoqing didn't shrink back and chose to fight Sun Lingchan. Almost everyone thought that this would be a stalemate, but the final result left everyone dumbfounded. Sun Lingchan only used one move to defeat Jun Emoqing. Chapter 1931. Sun Lingchan defeated Jun Emoqing with one move. Moreover, the majority of people didn't even see how she executed this move. Ling Xiao saw it clearly. It was a silver needle that was directly inserted into Jun Emoqing's Bai Hui acupoint. If Sun Lingchan had not shown mercy, Jun Emoqing's soul would have already left hateful heaven. Thank you for not killing me. Jun Emoqing was stunned for a moment. He was convinced of his defeat. In the seventh battle, Long Chun chose the eighth genius of the Zhenyi school. However, this time, the people of the Zhenyi school had learned their lesson and directly chose to forfeit the battle. After seeing how terrifying Cold Plum was and how Long Chun killed the 10th genius in the first round, he had lost his courage long ago. After this person forfeited the battle, he flew down from the seat that only the participating warriors were qualified to sit on and returned to the spectator stand. This was because he wanted to accompany everyone in the Zhenyi school to see Ling Xiao and his friends being defeated and even killed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to vent the anger in his heart. There was almost no suspense in the following battles. In the eighth battle, Zui Linglong won easily. In the ninth battle, Tiny Tot chose Dan Feng. This battle was truly a little tragic. Dan Feng was a person who was unwilling to compromise. Ling Xiao didn't persuade him. He just gave him the colored glaze armor, which could at least save his life. In the end, Dan Feng was knocked out of the arena and failed with serious injuries. Although the rules didn't explicitly state that being knocked out of the arena was considered a failure, this had long been an unwritten rule. Humph, you're lucky. Tiny Tot was also very upset. Although Dan Feng was not as good as him, he had used hundreds of moves to defeat him. In addition, Dan Feng was wearing the colored glaze armor, so he couldn't kill him. The most unpleasant thing was that this bastard had actually injured him, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder that exposed his bones. He had really gone too far. Sorry, I'm no match for him. After saying this, Dan Feng fainted. Naturally, he was talking to Ling Xiao. You've done very well. Ling Xiao directly took out an elixir and stuffed it into Dan Feng's mouth. Then he was about to heal Dan Feng. "Brother Ling, let me do it. Save your strength to continue fighting." Lu Lian blocked his path. "That's right, big brother. Let me help too." Blue Snow was the same as Lu Lian. She basically did not consume much energy. Their cultivations were not bad either. It was not a problem for them to heal Dan Feng. "Thank you." Ling Xiao didn't refuse his kindness. Dan Feng's injuries were more serious. Although he had taken his special healing elixir, he still needed a large amount of yin and yang energy to activate it. If he wanted to treat Dan Feng's injuries, then the following battle would most likely be a little uncertain. "You're dead." Ling Xiao stood up and coldly glanced at the little guy. "He had to kill this person. I'm waiting for you." The little guy sneered and also went back to treat his injuries. He was actually injured by Dan Feng. This was truly an accident. The 10th battle, Heavenly Wolf Young Master. The 11th battle, Silver Wolf Princess. The 12th battle, Green Hill Fairy. The 13th battle, Green Hill Li Hua. The 14th battle, Crown Princess. And the 15th battle, Lei Tun won all of them. What was worth mentioning was the battle between the Crown Princess and Jun Macho. Jun Macho displayed excellent fighting skills, which made the Crown Princess very uncomfortable. But after 100 moves, Jun Macho was defeated because his cultivation was not as good as the Crown Princess. He directly admitted defeat. In fact, Jun Macho was already very satisfied to have made it this far. For her, even if she entered the next round, she would not be able to advance any further. After all, among the remaining 17 people, except for Hong Yu, who had a bye, the others were not easy to deal with. In the round of 16, Lei Mang, as one of the 13 top geniuses, had no choice but to fight with Mu Wanshuang. Mu Wanshuang was one of the Tianhai Empire's 4 prodigies. It was rumored that her strength was on par with Sun Lingchan, and that both of them were second only to Tianhai tyranny. But Lei Mang didn't seem to care about Mu Wanshuang. In fact, Mu Wanshuang had not displayed any outstanding fighting skills from the beginning until now. Before the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly sighed. "What a pity. I originally wanted to kill Lei Mang, but now it seems that I won't have the chance." "No way. Is Mu Wanshuang stronger than Lei Mang?" Sun Lingchan asked, somewhat surprised. "Miss Sun, you have to be careful of this Mu Wanshuang. Her scheming is probably no less than that Fan Ruahai's, and her strength is unfathomable. If you look closely, you'll notice that her strength is dependent on the person she meets. It seems that she's deliberately hiding something in every battle." Ling Xiao reminded her. Sun Lingchan didn't quite believe it, so she looked at the stage. She and Mu Wanshuang were old acquaintances. Could it be that she didn't understand Mu Wanshuang as well as Ling Xiao? But soon she was stunned. Mu Wanshuang had seen the opportunity on the 293rd move and killed Lei Mang in one move. Then she turned to look at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, this is a generous gift from our young master." With that, she walked down the stage. Although this battle was the last, it was almost the finale. Out of the 13 top geniuses, another one had been eliminated. It was really too surprising. Of course, even more surprising was that the Fan family of the Tianhai Empire had actually expressed goodwill to Ling Xiao. What was going on? "Thank you, young Master Fan." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Fan Ruahai below the stage. Although this person's goodwill wasn't sincere and was driven by his own interests, they could still become allies if they had common interests. At this point, all 16 battles had ended. 3 people from the Tianhai Empire advanced. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Long Chun. 5 people from the Tianhai Empire advanced. Tianhai Tyranny, Crown Princess, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Xiao Badian. In fact, If the three from the Tianhai Empire were included, the Tianhai Empire accounted for almost half of the people who advanced. The remaining 9 people were divided between the other 3 empires and the Zhengyi school. 2 from the White Tiger Empire, 2 from the Yueling Empire, 2 from the Silver Fox Empire, and 3 from the Zhengyi school. No one expected that the Tianhai Empire would become the big winner of this year's White Tiger meet. They had completely crushed the other 4 factions. Of the remaining 17 people, apart from Hong Yu, who advanced without a bye, none of the other 16 were easy to deal with. For the audience, this made them extremely excited and expectant. Next would be a true battle between the strong, and the battles would be even more exciting than before. Among these people, Ling Xiao, Long Chen, and Hong Yu's cultivation levels were slightly lower, at least on the surface. The others were all above the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Only the 3 of them appeared to be at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen was at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen's cultivation level had finally surpassed Ling Xiao's again. However, he knew best that Ling Xiao's cultivation level had been progressing slower recently because he had spent most of his energy cultivating the Mystic World Body and the Crimson Sun Sword Art. Long Chen, on the other hand, had put all his energy into breaking through. In addition to the dragon race's terrifying cultivation talent, in terms of speed, he might be the fastest in the mystic world. It was normal for him to surpass Ling Xiao by 1 level. Chapter 1932. Of course, Long Chen's slightly higher cultivation level than Ling Xiao's wouldn't last long. Long Chen was very clear about Ling Xiao's situation. He had already reached the power to break through. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. And every time he broke through, he needed to accumulate power. In other words, his big brother Ling could break through whenever he wanted. The reason he didn't break through was because the timing wasn't good, and he couldn't compare with him. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Next, it's still a 2-hour break. Hurry up and recover. Lawless looked at the crowd and announced. When the audience heard this, they all ran far away. During the break, they could go to the toilet and eat something. When the battle really started later, they wouldn't have that kind of time. Ling Xiao walked to Dan Feng's side. Looking at Dan Feng's pale face, he sighed and said, You, why did you have to fight with that little guy? Hee, Brother Ling, you're wrong. Although I was injured when I fought with him, the bottleneck of my cultivation level was broken. My cultivation has broken through again. Dan Feng's face showed a miserable smile. Sai, if you die, what's the use of breaking through? Everyone says I'm crazy, but I think you're even crazier. Ling Xiao sighed and said, When you're crazy, I can't compare. Dan Feng shook his head and said, Ling Xiao's magnificent feat in the Divine Phoenix Empire back then, he had seen it with his own eyes and remembered it in his heart. The true lunatic was definitely none other than this heavenly emperor. All right, let's not talk about it. You should heal well and try to get into the top 10 through the revival battle. Ling Xiao patted Dan Feng lightly and then walked back to his seat. Brother Ling, who else do you need me to take care of next? Tell me, we're all in the same boat anyway, no need to be polite. Sun Ling Chan just sat down and said with a smile, Just pick someone you can win. I'm going to choose the crown princess for this battle. Ling Xiao originally had 3 people to choose from. One was the little guy, one was Thunder Python, and one was the crown princess. But the lightning python had been destroyed by Mu Wanshuang. Because Xiao Budian was ranked within the top 10, he could not choose. Therefore, he could only choose the crown princess. You're making things difficult for us. None of our next opponents are easy to deal with. Why don't I choose little Hong Wei? Sun Ling Chan smiled and said to Hong Yue, who had just run over to play with Ling Xiao. Sure, big sister, but you might not be able to beat me, Hong Yue said with a grin. Don't rush to make a decision. I think there will be some slight changes to the rules this time because there are only 17 people left. If one person is given a bye, there will be 16 people left. If the top 10 all have the right to choose, but they can't choose the top 10 martial artists, then there won't be enough choices at all, Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's true, Sun Lingchan sighed. If she had a choice, she might be able to play with Hong Yue. If not, then there may be no hope. In any case, let's leave it to fate. In the final battle, no one can help anyone. Moreover, there are no weaklings. It's all up to this city. Ling Xiao was free and easy. No matter how the rules changed, as the first place of the treasure hunt, he had the advantage. Thus, it was impossible for him to meet Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, or Lei Lai now. That's right. We've already come this far. What's there to be afraid of? Longchen grinned as well. Even if we lose, it's worth it. 2 hours passed quickly. Dan Feng's complexion looked much better as he healed. The spectator stands were once again filled to the brim. Even the distant branches and mountain peaks were filled with people. The usually cold and cheerless 10,000 lightning extreme grounds was bustling with noise and excitement. In this round, there will be no more selection or drawing of lots for the bye spots. After the battle, the person who's left will be considered a bye. In addition, the top 8 martial artists have the right to choose their opponents. No one is allowed to challenge the top 8. The rest of the rules remain unchanged. Begin. The only thing that changed was the number of bye spots and the number of martial artists with special privileges. Nothing else had changed. Then there was nothing to care about. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't planning on taking the bye spot. Ling Xiao, choose your opponent, Lawless said as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and walked onto the stage. He'd long decided who to pick. He crooked his finger and looked disdainfully at the crown princess consort. Go on stage. It's time for you to say goodbye to this world. What a joke. The crown princess directly stepped onto the arena and looked disdainfully at Ling Xiao as she said, If I were you, I wouldn't challenge an opponent that I can't defeat at this time. I admit that you have great talent and astonishing growth. If you were given more chances, you'd probably grow to a shocking level. But right now, you're definitely not my opponent. The crown princess was very happy that Ling Xiao had chosen her. Because she wasn't ranked in the top 8, she didn't have the right to choose her opponent. It was very likely that she would have to fight with another top genius in the end. That would be the worst thing that could happen. Now that Ling Xiao had chosen her, it was a kind of fortune for her. She never thought that Ling Xiao would be her opponent. You're very confident. Ling Xiao looked at the crown princess consort and smiled. Of course I'm confident in defeating you. I even have to thank you. If you didn't choose me, I really don't know what kind of opponent I would encounter. The crown princess looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Ha ha, you won't say that later. Ling Xiao also smiled. From the start of the Battle of the Kings until now, he hadn't revealed his true strength. This crown princess seemed to be sure that she could defeat him. He really didn't know where her confidence came from. No, the outcome is already decided. The crown princess shook her head and said, There are only 2 aspects to your fighting style. One is your strong physical defense, and the other is your outstanding swordsmanship. These 2 aspects aren't a problem for me. In terms of defense, I'm stronger than you. In terms of swordsmanship, I'm also stronger than you. Ha 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 ha, it seems that you know me better than myself. Then let's not talk nonsense. Make your move. Let me see the crown princess fighting style. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. In this world, There was actually someone who was so self-righteous that she thought she had seen through him. If this crown prince consort wasn't stupid, then she was overconfident. You won't be able to laugh later. The crown princess suddenly snorted. Her figure flickered, and a beautiful jade-like long sword appeared in her hand. It was obvious that this sword wasn't ordinary. The first move of the jadeite sword technique. At that moment, the entire arena was covered by a green light. The terrifying sword essence was constantly emitted, making Ling Xiao feel a chill on his skin. Powerful indeed. If I purely rely on my defense, I really can't block this woman's swordsmanship. Interesting, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 1933. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing the crown princess attack, he already had a plan to defeat this woman. A fight was not a head-on clash. He had a better way of fighting. Seeing the sword light coming, his figure suddenly disappeared from the arena. Why is this guy's movement technique so good too? Most of the audience below the stage did not know Ling Xiao at all. Before coming to the White Tiger meet, they had not even heard of Ling Xiao's name. Previously, when they saw Ling Xiao win 2 matches with his powerful defense and terrifying psychological tactics, they felt that that should be all that Ling Xiao had. They had never heard of anyone who could cultivate speed and defense to the extreme. That was also unrealistic. Now that they saw Ling Xiao's bizarre movement technique, they were truly each more surprised than the other. Clink! The sound of metal clashing came from the arena. Ling Xiao's figure reappeared and looked at the crown princess in surprise. I didn't expect that a woman like you actually cultivated the Emerald Jade Divine Technique. That's a very difficult body-tempering martial art to cultivate. Just now, he used a swift movement technique to stab the crown princess, but it did not leave any trace of injury. This Emerald Jade Divine Technique's defense was truly terrifying. Although there was still a gap between it and the Mystic World physique, the defense displayed by the crown princess actually did not lose to the Mystic World physique at all because of her higher cultivation level. I said before that in terms of sword technique, you are inferior to me. In terms of defense, you are still inferior to me. But I forgot to say something. In terms of movement technique, you are also inferior to me. Then, the crown princess raised her hand, and more than 10 pieces of sparkling jade actually appeared in the air. The jade flickered, illuminating the 2 people's shadows inside. It was very clear. In the next instant, the crown princess's figure disappeared. Clang! When she reappeared, her sword had already pierced Ling Xiao's chest. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's defense was strong enough that this sword did not penetrate his body. What a bizarre movement technique. Jade Phantom movement technique. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. Even if he had never seen a martial art before, he could still analyze it. The Crown Princess Jadeite sword technique, Jadeite divine technique, and Jadeite phantom movement technique were all extremely brilliant martial arts. No wonder he could become one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. His strength was not an exaggeration. He was truly powerful. Now, do you still think I can't kill you? The Crown Prince Consort's shadow actually appeared in those pieces of jade at the same time. Their voices were completely synchronized. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Of course, the power of your sword is not bad, but it still can't break my defense. Ling Xiao said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. Even when he was surprised, his expression was still very indifferent, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking. Really? My emerald sword art has 13 moves, and each move is stronger than the last. How many times can you block it? The Crown Princess smiled coldly, and her figure suddenly disappeared again. Ding! Another sound of collision rang out. Ling Xiao was hit again. Rather than calling this jadeite phantom movement technique a movement technique, it would be better to call it a terrifying secret technique. Staying here, I can't use my movement technique, but she can do it with ease. This is really depressing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of the Crown Princess' second sword had increased by a lot. He could feel a slight pain on his body. If this continued, his defense would be broken in less than 4 or 5 moves. And it would be very difficult for him to attack his opponent, because the Crown Princess did not reveal her real body. It was meaningless for him to attack an illusion. The Crown Princess is already in an invincible position. Ling Xiao's defeat is only a matter of time. Tianhai Tyranny said with a smile. It seemed that he did not need to do anything. Ling Xiao would not be able to escape today. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, don't admit defeat. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be a man. Xiao Budian also said loudly. This was clearly a provocation. He did not want Ling Xiao to admit defeat, because once he admitted defeat, the Crown Princess would not have the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Admit defeat. I still want to kill you. If I admit defeat, how can I have the chance? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, clang. As he spoke, another sword pierced him, and a trace of blood appeared on his shoulder. His defense was broken. You're a stubborn duck. I hope you don't admit defeat. Xiao Budian sneered and watched the battle quietly. Emerald Sword Technique, 4th style. The Crown Princess attack came again. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, trying to dodge. However, just like before, no matter how he dodged, the Crown Princess' sword always seemed to be waiting for him. No matter how fast he was, it was meaningless. Great. You killed my Jingyi school's people. You deserve to be killed. The vice-founder of the Jingyi school gritted his teeth and said, as a master, a powerhouse, although these words were not good, he really did not care. At this moment, he just wanted to see Ling Xiao killed. Nothing else mattered. How disappointing. I thought you were so arrogant and had some great ability. Xianming also sneered, although he also wanted Ling Xiao to die. It would be really boring if he died too easily. Qi. The 4th sword directly cut off a piece of Ling Xiao's flesh, making Ling Xiao grimace in pain. The Crown Princess stopped attacking and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. It's over. If you don't have any other skills, then you will be cut alive by my sword. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the wound on his shoulder and could not help but laugh. It seems that you are really more difficult to deal with than the 100-eyed demon, Lord Wulong. I wanted to rely on my body movement to defeat you, but I didn't expect to be defeated by you. Interesting, very interesting. As he spoke, he actually clapped his hands. This caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. That guy isn't crazy, is he? How can he still laugh in such a situation? He probably knows that there is no hope, so he went crazy. There was a burst of discussion in the crowd. They all felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao. The Crown Princess also frowned and said, "You are really good at provoking others. Then I would like to see how long you can hold on." "Hold on. I don't need to hold on." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Didn't you notice? I didn't use the colored glaze treasure armor. Why? Don't tell me that you deliberately let me hurt you so that you can find my flaws." The Crown Princess mocked. "Congratulations, you have learned how to guess the answer. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to guess in the future." As Ling Xiao spoke, a surge of sword essence was released. The sword essence enveloped the long sword in his hand as if it had pierced the sky. "Do you still remember the move I used to almost kill Shangguan Qing'er? I will use it to bury you." A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. Behind him, the terrifying roar of a giant beast came from the dark sky.